En, to, hallo, hallo. Der, nå er vi der. En, to.
Hello. A warm welcome to everybody being here present today and also the people following us on stream. I'm very proud about this seminar that we're hosting here today at the Haugar Art Museum. I am the director, Ida Bringedal, and also the curator of the show Retrospective Prospective by Elisabeth von Krogh, which are one of the reasons that we are hosting this seminar about ceramics today. I would like to extend the gratitude to our partners in crime, Kunsthall Grenland, the Art Academy of Oslo, and also thank the Swedish Embassy for generous support. Looking forward to hearing the very special artists that we're going to see today, and I wish everybody welcome and hope they will have a very nice day. Thank you.
And then I'm taking over. Hi everyone, I'm Marius Molvad. I work at the Art Academy. Almost forgot to introduce myself, but that's fine. Oh, that close. I'm very bad with a microphone, by the way, so that's fine. But I am here to present our first speaker, and that is Bettina Köppe, who has an extensive experience as a curator in the field of contemporary objects. And in her gallery, Köppe Contemporary Object, she cooperates closely with a group of artists who share an interest in the inherent possibilities of materials and the historical qualities associated with traditional crafts and techniques. And she has also been the initiator, architect, and curator of the project New Nordic Porcelain Forum, together with Katrine Danielsen and Andreas Risholt from Kunsthall Grenland. And then I will stop talking, and I wish to welcome you, Bettina. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, does this one work? Does it? Okay. Oh. Thank you. Probably, thank you. Today I will talk about New Nordic Porcelain, which were a project I made together with Katrine and Andreas at Greenland, Kunsthall Grenland. And we started the project in 2017 just as a loose idea, and we keep working on it. And now, after 5 years, the project have included 13 artists, 5 residents, 5 years, 3 exhibitions, and a book. This one, I don't know, Katrine, have you taken some of them with you? Okay, so they will be here. There will be some books you can buy afterwards. I'll just read first the foreword at the book, because that pretty much describes what we did and the reason why we did it. The overarching purpose of the New Nordic Porcelain Forum was to explore whether there is a common Nordic tone or expression in porcelain making. Porcelain originally came to Europe from China, and in Italy, designs and patterns was closely linked to the Chinese tradition. Later, during the golden age of the Nordic porcelain industry, services and patterns were developed that drew on a Nordic nature, with the Floradenica pattern as the principal example. Today, the world of design becoming increasingly globalized. It is not only is production moving out of the Nordic countries, designs and patterns are also being created in international studios rather than in collaboration between ceramicists, artists, and the factory specialized artisans. The project sprang from a shared desire to promote the production of the cooperation around Nordic contemporary ceramics. Despite the dismantling of porcelain industry, the Nordic region have an innovative and vital backdrop of ceramic artists. The goal of the project was to prepare a common presentation of contemporary porcelain by Nordic artists, a collection of artistic statements that reflects on the artistic potential, historic meaning, and functional possibilities of porcelain. So that was pretty ambitious, but this was how the whole project were. It was really ambitious in the way that we kept pressing the limit for what was possible. We kept making the budget bigger and bigger and get more and more money from foundings and got more and more ambitious, I would say. So it grows more and more, and it was really a great experience in that way. So the first time we met, skal jeg lige finde ud af, hvor er den der? Okay, I got it. The first time the whole group met was with the 13 artists that we picked from all the Nordic countries. We met at Gulærgård in Skælskør in Denmark and had a 2 weeks workshop there all together. Here you have Katrine, and as you can see, there was a lot of planning. That was really I'm sorry, but a little bit the boring part. But what we wanted to do was to see if we, through these 2 weeks of working together, could make a sort of a common ground from discussions and from showing each other techniques and discussing. So there was not made any work there, which was a part of the exhibition. It was only for each other and for experimental and for discussions and to get to know each other. So that was here. It's Kirsi who is showing the technique of how she's working. And this is the dinners. We had dinner every night, and that was very important as well. Here we had a wood-fired kiln where we worked with porcelain. And as you can see, not everything turned out very well. Actually, almost nothing did. And here you can see from the workshop and from the firing of the kiln. Again, this is Amber showing the other artist how she works. So it was a lot of knowledge sharing. It was a lot of, we have also every morning each artist introduced themselves like in 2 hours, showing what they've done, how they work. So we really got a good idea of who we were, not me, how they were. So that was sort of the backdrop for the later on residency. So all the artists were split up in groups. They choose in which factory they want to cooperate with. And Katrine arranged with the factories where we could have the residencies. So now I will go through the 4 residences, which was held in August 21. Because of Corona, everything was, of course, delayed. And yeah, I don't want to bore you with all that stuff because that was really boring. So the first workshop I want to tell you about is postgrund at værkstedet 1400 grader, which you probably all have heard about. And that is in connection with the postgrund porcelain factory. And here you see the old factory building. I want to show you each project, each of the 13 projects, and take a short, small quote from the book, from what they've said, to tell you, so it gives you an idea of what was the themes people were working with. You can say there's two main things. It's about the industry and it's about Nordic identity. These was the main things that goes through all the projects, but each artist has, of course, their own way to approach that. So the first one here is Mette Hannemann, and she called her project Painting Decoration a Splash. And that was made in Porsgrunn Porcelain Factory and the Porcelain Værksted, Porcelænsværksted, 1400 degrees. You just, she's watching me. So, this is Mette Hannemann. My own expression is diffuse, figurative, and mainly based on images from nature. I use airbrushing and stencils in a technique similar to the one used to make the royal Christmas plates. Stencils are great because they let me work with a high degree of precision and a figurative representation that can then either blurred or preserved. The combination of brush strokes and high precision airbrushes produces a diffuse expressions with a slightly Japanese tone. In this way, I connect with the tradition from the Royal Copenhagen Porcelain Manufactory and the history of the Danish porcelain industry. That was her. The next one, working at Porcelænsværksted 1400 degrees, was Anne Tophøy, and her project is called Tableware. She's from Denmark. In this project, my main focus was on the material. To me, as a designer, porcelain stands out due to the two unique and attractive qualities aside from the formidable whiteness. It goes soft during the firing, is capable of changing shapes, and it becomes translucent if the kiln is hot enough. These qualities offer special possibilities in relation to form and use in connection with a meal, which align with the quality I perceive as being Nordic, something unceremonious, unaffected, laid back, and with the quality of light. Using this as my framework, I create a table arrangement. So you can see here at Porsgrunn, they were very much working with the dinnerware and more the design part of it, inspired by the production at Porsgrunn. This is Amber, also Ann-Britt Hägglund, Motion and Repetition, and she's Swedish. With inspiration from the factory environments and production in Porsgrunn and Gustavsberg, my project focuses on motion and repetition. At the porcelain factory, there are boxes full of cup handles. Might these household porcelain components become something in its own right without the cup? Can the handle hold its own without the cup attached? As you can see there, it's handles. She have molds used from the factory, so she sort of made the repetition of handles. I find that the stark, sparse landscapes that are found in some parts of the Nordic region have a graphic character. In this graphic landscape, I see abstract patterns and geometric systems. Perhaps growing up in the Nordic landscape make us more comfortable with stark or sparse expressions. Throughout much of the year, Nordic nature gives us a rather restrained color palette, and that affects us too, I think. Whether this is something that applies generally to us Nordens, I don't know. It's a type of landscape that can be found all over the world, but Nordic nature has definitely influenced me and my artistic expression. So, the next residence was held in Finland. I hope you understand the idea. So the group of 13 artists was spread out in the same period at 4 different residences they picked themselves. So just have to find number 4 here. And because in Arabia there is no more production at the old Arabia studios. As you can see here, it's been a huge factory. And you can also see here that it's of course not just a romantic idea of how the old factory was. There's a reason why they are not in the center of the cities anymore. And maybe a reason why we moved it all to China, so they can get the pollution there. And it's been a huge factory, and right now in this building in the top there is only this left, which is called the Arabia Art Department Society. And there is about 11 artists that have their studios there. Some of them have been connected to the factory when it was still there. So like Christina Riska, for example. And so they have their studios there. And we were given space for 3 of our artists during this 2 weeks period. The first one I will show you here is Andrea Scholze. And her project is called Forest Beings. The matte white character of the porcelain in the figures I produced at Arabia Art Department Society might spark associations to creatures living in the snow-covered landscapes such as Nordic forests and mountains. To me, Norwegian forests are a place of freedom, a refuge from the hardship of everyday life, a space that opens my mind to existential thinking and the experience of simply existing in the present moment and being part of the universe. Nordic nature is my home, and through the project I found it interesting to look at the natural landscape close to me. I also felt that including tales gave the sculptures a connection to the mythical creatures of the Norwegian forests, the trolls. So, there. The next one here was Leire. Leire Kulja, and her project she called Textile Surfaces, and she was also at the Arabia Art Department. I admire makers that carry deep knowledge about the material itself. I must admit, I am more concentrated on expression and the artistic approach myself. The historical Arabia factory environment did make the union of these different views possible. When research, the material skill meet experimentation and artistic expression, the result becomes more than the sum of its parts. And then there's Carol Sarbock. He's Swedish, and his project is called Clay Tromboil. And I think he was the youngest. Him and Andrea was probably the youngest. And think also you can see that in their projects, that their concerns are different from maybe some of the older artists. It's pretty interesting, actually. I think most of us have a romantic image of both porcelain and nature. Both are often regarded as pure, clean, and accessible to everyone. Porcelain somehow has an obvious sanitary aspect to it. The high firing combined with a typical glossy surface makes it a perfect material for tiles, sinks, and dinnerware, objects made with the purpose of simplifying our everyday life. Not to mention the whiteness of the material itself as a Western symbol of purity and innocence. But are we, the makers, really that innocent? My pieces for the exhibition Afterglow question my own practice as a ceramic artist. I love to create objects, and I want to believe that the object I make will leave positive, even if it's just small imprints on the Nordic culture. I really want to share my thoughts, dreams, and concerns with others and initiate dialogue which could make us all more tolerant to one another. But I'm also aware that as soon as my hand touches the clay, I make a negative imprint on nature. Using natural resources to manifest and process my own anxiety about nature definitely represents me with a moral dilemma. As I express my sadness over littering and my anxiety about the future, I'm using resources in the form of both materials and energy. Then the next residency was held at a totally different kind of factory, which is NTP, Norsk Teknisk Porcelæn, who are producing insulators. These things for you can see that huge parts for insulate these energy power stations. Yeah, so it's a totally different scale, and I would say not very romantic. This is factory, the good old way. And you can have another photo, so you can see I'm not lying. And the three artists were placed in the middle of all this. Actually, Kirsi, she had to go to a doctor and leave before time because she got actually ill. She couldn't be there. It was so noisy, it was so hard work, and it was so dusty and loud. And so that was really a factory. One of the artists there was Heidi Bjørgen, which I think you know, Norwegian, and her project is called Mess Up. I am a ceramicist and I collect overlooked objects. I give these forms a second chance in a new use, in a new context, and sometimes I even add a new function. As a maker, my aim is to explore the aesthetic potential of the shapes of these objects through sampling and remaking. At NTP, in the pieces from NTP, I reuse throwing trim from the factory's porcelain production. And I think you should see there's a man in there. Isn't it funny? It took me a while before I noticed that he was standing there. Probably wonder what she was doing. But she used this stuff to her object. And this is Kirsi, who is Finnish. Kirsi Kivivirta. And her project is called Landscapes. My sculptures are based on geometrical forms, bricks, and cubes. This is what she usually makes. And she works from small arrangements to big installation. In the series I made during the New Nordic Porcelain residencies, I explore the idea of demolition of the landscape by cutting away the clay. The series was produced quickly in contrast to the prolonged process needed to create works that ponder the purpose of construction. The absence of something is often felt more strongly than its presence. Although the technique of cutting away the clay is rapid and perhaps easier than building it up, it can't be done without focusing on the material as it work progress. For me, clay is a partner in the discussion. It responds immediately to the slightest thought or touch, reflecting the different facets of temperament and state of mind. I hope it's okay I go through each of them, but I think it in a whole give a really good idea of how I think the way of thinking between ceramicists in the Nordic countries is right now. This is Michael, sitting here, Michael Gertsen, and his project is called Technical Classicism. My approach is formal, meaning that I am more interested in the outcome than in the process. My stay at NTP was a challenge, both as a technical and in an artistic sense. A technical sense because the porcelain clay at NTP is so damned hard due to the manufacturing methods at the factory. The porcelain objects are thrown from huge, almost leather-high clay cylinders, and an artistic sense because the objects at NTP are far from aesthetical, well-considered objects for reflection. By contrast, they are objects made with a clearly defined function. At NTP, my task was to turn functional objects into grand and decorative vases with historical references. And now it is from Gustavsberg Porcelain's factory, and I'll just see. I think. And this is a factory which have been still have very old machinery. It's from the 60s, most of the machinery, and they sort of started a production again. It's it's a long story, but they are working with the old machines and they are working with the old molds. So you see here the green mold is old mother mold from the iconic cup from Gustavsberg Porcelain Factory. So this is how the production was for in the 70s, maybe in the 80s, and it shows how it used to be. And now I think here you can see some of the factory here. And this is Irene. And Irene Nordli's project is called Figurine. Fragments of a common cultural heritage are my raw material. These fragments and the figurines I make meet and connect. My process is guided by the discovery of new and surprising combinations. I engage with something that seems familiar to us all, address it, and use my own experience and perspectives in order to see the familiar material in a new light, to break it down, challenge it, and make it my own. The recognizable become more or less unrecognizable. And this is Paulina. Am I out of time, or how is it going? Is it okay? Okay. I explore the different dimensions on the relief form, a medium that can be seen as a hybrid between sculpture and painting, and which holds a specific place in the history of ceramics. By using underglazes and ceramic pigments as a vehicle for colors, I refer to different painting practices connected to often overlooked decorative arts. I see porcelains as a carrier of history, layered with stories of material history and human culture. And sorry? Could you please tell me the name? Yeah, Paulina Polanen. Jeg kigger på Katrine. Hvad siger du, Paulina? She is Finnish, but she's working now, I think, at KHIO. No. Yeah, you have her as teacher there? Both places, okay. Yeah, so you know her from there. But she's Finnish, and she was having her residence in Sweden. So it's really Nordic, this project. Huh? And this is Martin Godal. And it's called, his project is called The Mold. This is a little bit longer, this project, because it's a bit difficult to understand what he's doing, because, I'm just reading it, I hope it's okay. I ask him a question. In your project for Afterglow, you have created forms based on used broken molds. The objects you present are the casts made from these molds. What is it that makes these old molds so interesting? First of all, what makes the used molds interesting is that they make it possible to elicit information about the factory's production line and visualize it in an abstract but still very concrete representation. The handling by the machines and the human hands leave their traces on the mold, which I am aimed to highlight and show. Within ceramic production, the use of plaster molds is widespread. Like ceramic and porcelains, plaster is a fragile material. In the production line, the plaster molds are used approximately 100 times before they have to be discarded and are replaced by a new mold. Sometimes the mold is damaged in the production and has to be replaced sooner. Ceramic technology is developing rapidly, and in new and modern ceramic industries, the use of composite and plastic molds combined with vacuum forming is becoming increasingly common. At the Gustav Berg porcelain factory, different types of plaster molds are still being used for almost every product they make. The manual craft, textile knowledge, and the personal experience built up over time are vital for the extent of these molds. Their use provides a possibility for maintaining the production of classical porcelain and stoneware objects without compromise. So I don't know if you understand. So he actually made molds out of the old molds and produced porcelain pieces, which was reconstruction of the mold. So that's, I think, is pretty interesting. Which is what is the original, what is the mold, and so it's a sort of a meta factory project in a way. And then the last one. Ane, she was pregnant she was almost giving birth during the residencies, so she couldn't attend them. So she have another project where she was working with clay, Caroline, at Bornholm, which she described was an important factor in Royal Copenhagen's production of porcelain in the beginning. So her project is called White Gold. My contribution to Afterglow is a study of Bornholm Caroline. I am interested in the key role Caroline played in an establishment of Royal Copenhagen porcelain manufactory. Caroline is a type of clay that tells more than 250 years of Danish history. It is the main component of porcelain, historical also known as white gold. When Royal Copenhagen Porcelain Manufactory was founded in 1775, one of the factors that made it possible was the discovery of domestic Caroline, which was used in its earliest porcelain products and is only found on Bornholm. The material was used intermittently over the coming decades, but was eventually abandoned because of its high content of impurities, and which made it impossible to achieve the desired pure white delicate quality. Today, most ceramicists buy industrial-made porcelain, clay, or purified Caroline from manufacturers abroad. During my project, I was able to access the original 18th century recipe from the Royal Copenhagen Porcelain Manufactory, which include Bornholm Caroline as one of its components. Ane Fabricius Christiansen. Yeah, sorry, yeah. I'm just so familiar with them, so it's, yeah. Okay, but as I can leave the book up here so you can look at it, so you can get the names and look at more photos and so on. And as I said, Katrina also have bought some books. So here you have the book. So after these workshops, we made a book and we made the exhibitions. So this is the book, which is here. And now I'll show you the 4 exhibitions which was held. The first one was in Kunsthall Grenland. And as you can see here, we choose to show the pieces in a sort of an industrial display in a way. It is not made as an art exhibition. It is more like a documentation. So you can see each artist had a table, and so we were discussing a lot how it was how we should show it, because is it an art exhibition or is it a result of these project, more process? So we choose this way, and I think it worked pretty well. It became iconic with the orange and the blue up here. And the next place it was shown was at the Keramikksymposium in Denmark, which is a big museum for, I don't know if you're familiar with it, okay, but it's a big museum which is only for ceramic, both art ceramic and ceramicist exhibition. And this is from here. This is only half of it. And the last one was at the Gustav Berg Porcelænsmuseum. So it was very different settings, but it worked pretty well, I think. And it was there for almost a year. And the museum is a part of the Swedish National Museum. And then just to show you, this is my gallery at Bornholm. So I made a very small presentation of it there, this approximately a year ago. But it was not all of the pieces and not all of the artists there. If I should say something about what I found important after having made this project, I have taken some statements here about craft in the future, or you can say ceramic craft in the future, which I think is sort of a result or worth to think about after this project. The first is focus on local identity or genus logo, that we have to be aware of, that what we do is related to the place we are. And craft is a way to investigate the identity of where we are. Cooperation between countries, artists, and institutions. It's been really, really a good project where we have involved a lot of different kind of people, and it makes it a network which is very strong still. We are still having a lot of contact between each other, and you can see through art history, through everything, that when you get to know each other on a personal level, that is where things happening and where you exchange things. So that's been a really good lesson as well. And then there's focus on the process and investigation of techniques and the possibilities of materials. This is what I find is interesting for craft, maybe more than interesting for a classical art project, that I think craft people are investigating techniques and the material and are focusing on the process. And focus on local nature and cultural history. It is like two different ways you can go through it. You can have a cultural history with a tradition that you're working with, but you can also have a local nature and local materials that you're focusing on. It is two different paths, which is pretty interesting, I think, right now. And craft becomes an equal part of the art scene in the same way as photographer, performance art, etc. This is a private goal I have, that instead of that craft people try to call themselves artists and try to be a part of, to say that they work as the same way as fine art artists. I think they should be proud of what they are doing, and that should be a part of the fine art scene as all the other kind of arts forms. And you can see you're much further with that here in Norway than we are in Denmark, by you having the museum, the National Museum that represents different, and the school where you can, where the KHIO, where it's both fine art artists and craft people are working alongside. But in Denmark it's a big problem that is really, really split up. Yeah. I think that was what I wanted to tell you. Yeah. I don't know if you have any questions.
Maybe save it for the Q&A.
Okay, yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, good.
Yep. But we'll have a 5-minute short break, so you can stretch your legs and get some coffee and everything. Yeah.
While you are finding your seats, I will begin my introduction. Yes, and I would like to welcome Jia Zhang, who is a Helsinki-based ceramic artist from South Korea, focusing on contemporary ceramics. I don't know if I want to say that much more because I want you to talk. I just want to say that very happy that you can make it here and looking very much forward to your presentation. So thank you so much for being here.
Is it off? Yeah, right. Okay. So, good morning. Momenta in Finnish. I hope my voice is clear enough to you. It's not too loud, right? Okay. Thank you very much for having me today. I'm so glad to be a part of this small symposium. I still consider myself quite new, still new to the ceramic field, knowing that it's a medium that requires extensive experience to become a professional. So admittedly, I'm a little bit nervous to speak as an artist in front of audience. But nevertheless, I wish to share my experience as someone who works with the clay, simply. So Marius just gave me an introduction about myself. I will go again myself. I know my name is a little bit tricky in Nordic countries. There's many different versions of me to be called. Sometimes it's Yaya, sometimes Jaya. My name is Jae Chang. I'm originally from South Korea, and I have been living in Helsinki since 2018, which the year I moved to Finland for doing my master's study at Aalto University. Today I will be sharing my work, my ceramic work, and maybe mostly about my personal journey that I've been through in the experience of working in a ceramic art field. So here there are gonna be some of my inspirations and my reflections, what I have been feeling, what affected my work, and how it turns into be my art. So let's start. Maybe I want to start with a story, how I entered to the ceramic field. It wasn't such a long time ago, actually, that I decided to, I keep pushing my table, decided to immerse myself as a ceramic maker. My educational background is in visual communication design. So I worked as a graphic designer like 6-7 years in South Korea, also in Japan, especially in the IT sector. So as you can imagine, I was seeing and doing very different things in a different environment in my earlier career. Then my introduction to the ceramic occurred during my time in Tokyo when I was still working for a company. I attended a trial lesson at this small private potter's atelier, initially accompanying one of my colleagues at that time. It just started as like my hobby, regular hobby, and it became regular hobbies on every weekends. And then soon it turned quite a serious pursuit that I just couldn't stop thinking about it. I'm not sure where that passion, that thought has arisen inside my mind, but I purely enjoy the feeling of the raw clays in my hand and spending time to plan and craft something tangible with my hands. Especially I was so keen on the wheel throwing at the time. Maybe I was interested in a little bit different kinds of work compared to what I do nowadays. Maybe a little more functional, and in a traditional style of ceramic makings. My teacher taught me from the very basic how to prepare the materials and using tools, glazing, firing, and so on. Just was slowly falling in love, learning of something actually feels like existing than what I used to do on the screen, just staring at the screen, just trying to do something, but I really didn't know what it was. So yeah, so eventually I decided to change my career path. So that was the story how I started this ceramic work. I stayed in London about 9 months after quitting my job in Tokyo. Well, unfortunately, it wasn't always sunny like this, you know, the London weather. But I did enjoy the time in there and enjoy the feeling of living in the European city. Probably was my very first time to live a long period of time in Europe. And I moved there maybe because of the language, first of all. But then I also wanted to see how the local ceramic scene is in Europe, because obviously I had only the experience in Asian markets and Asian environment, how the people, the artisans working with. So I found this shared workshop place in the northern part of the London. It was a quite spacious place. And I was able to continue working on my ceramics in this place. It was used by some professionals and also some serious hobbyists and also some beginners as well. So it was kind of a place all mixed up kind of feeling, honestly. And they were all making different kinds of ceramics. They are all onto their own works. So in that sense, it was a really interesting environment because you could see very different style of work in one place. And in that kind of atmosphere, you can really learn a lot just only by watching how people use the tool, how they cope with the materials. But then after some times later, I started a little bit distracted in this place. Many parts of the experience in this shared workshop really didn't fit in my nature because I'm a type of person very self-oriented in such a concentrated, peaceful environment. Maybe many of the ceramic makers are. So in a way, the things need to be organized and placed in certain order that I'm happy with if I want to really work on my own stuff. So watching all these random people comes and goes constantly, working so close to me, I was just a little bit losing my focus on my subject, sadly. So maybe this was the time that actually I started to rethink about making ceramic products like cups and plates, which I was really focused on at the time. Because I was able to see so many people are producing those. And they are very good already, and it's already plenty in our world. The feeling came back to me as a question so what would be so special if I make another cup in this world? It's gonna be really, really important? So, yeah, it was a little bit messed up feeling in my mind. But however, I'm not meaning that making ceramic products has no meaning, or this traditional ceramic making is ending now. It's not like that. There are many individual ceramic artists that I admire for their amazing, beautiful handcrafted objects. I admire them because I know that there is enormous of time and effort behind of the maker to achieve a certain level of quality and the standard. I just, frankly speaking, I thought that I would never able to become a master of traditional ceramic making. I just needed to find a personal reason to convince myself and some certain direction and purposes which would be meaningful to myself. So having this kind of a cloudy mind, I moved to Finland, moving out from the UK, for doing my master's study in the contemporary design program at the Aalto University. During the thesis work, I started to practice the nerikomi technique, which is currently the main part of the main theme in my work. So I immediately found of this technique, nerikomi, because I felt the basic idea in this technique is somehow well meeting with my graphic design DNA. It is a technique using multiple colors of clays to create the visual patterns which can be seen on the surface of the the piece. So the results of the nerikomi ceramics are often looking very colorful, having very strong visual characters. But what I really fascinated by was the aspect these patterns are not painted on the surface, but it's actually embedded in the clay. So the pattern, what you see, becomes a structure of the piece, not just as a superficial decoration. So maybe with this technique, by learning this, I started to look at the ceramic. Maybe it could be some kind of methods to convey my artistic expression more than just making usable items. But my practice involved lots of failures in the beginning. At first, I simply thought that maybe I could convert my 2D graphics to 3D objects. And so I started to drawing patterns, and I made the color plans and some geometrical shapes, which I wanted to transfer into the clay patterns. And then I realized certain level of limitation, mainly on my poor skills at the time. Theoretically, it should be able to make this a clean and sharp patterns that I wish to create, but the material didn't work out like that. It's not like simply inks on paper. So clay is such a versatile material. It can be formed in any shapes, in many different techniques. But really, at the end, I think it's kind of impossible that the maker can fully control its nature. The material is alive. It goes through many different stages in the production, from the maker's hands to the drying shelves and to the glazing bucket and then the kilns to be fired. So I think there are always some portions of unpredictable and imprecise side in ceramic production. So instead of focusing on the final outcomes, I started to care more on the process. Interesting part in my creative process was this working fabric you can see on the photo that I used for covering the nerikomi slabs to press with the rolling pins. When the wet clay is pressed on the fabric, it creates these traces of the pattern, and it becomes like a ghost print of the work. It was very interesting to me to see the clays on the fabrics like some kind of prints. So I started to collect the working fabrics after pressing the slabs. And some part of inspiration in my work comes from these results that my ceramics has this fabric-like forms. I somehow really enjoy to find this resemblance between the process of making and the final results in the ceramic forms. Yeah. Maybe now I can go a little bit further about my technique. I can explain some secrets, but it's not going to be like a tutorial, but just want to share what kind of a process I go through, so it would give some kind of idea, a deeper idea about my work. In my practice, I usually start with a color plan. The color palettes are important part in my work because it gives the instant impression of the piece to the viewers. I make the colors by myself using the powder pigments, mixing with the paper porcelain. It's quite a subtle job to make a specific shade of clays, because even with the exact percentage of a certain pigment, I don't usually get the very precise result. Maybe because I mix it with my hand, that could affect its randomness a little bit, or the condition of the air, condition of the kiln, everything affects the result. But however, I don't really mind too much, even if it has a little different result than my expectation. Actually, I rather enjoy to see the surprises. The learning process in ceramic works has taught me to accept this randomness, these uncertainties, and deal with the accident. Maybe if I was still in the graphic design field, maybe I would never able to accept this. But I think it comes from the material that get this nature in this craft work. It's always consists of some part of the unpredictable situation. So, but it took me a long time, many years, to have this way of thinking. But I now know that within the uncertain environment, the result could be anything, and it goes further than my original plan. Usually it does. It may disappoint you, but it also can be opposite. I just have to continue, repeat and repeat until I get the positive result. Okay, let's continue. When the materials are ready, I have a brief plan for the piece, and then I go working with the slab roller. I turn the clays into large flat slabs, and then I cut them and stack those different colors of slabs in a block shape. It's a little bit tricky to distinguish from the photo, but this pile, the clays are having actually different shades. The stained clays has different shade from how it turns after the firing, so very difficult to see the patterns, but the nerikomi pattern is made at this stage by stacking the slabs. From that clay block, I get the slice cuts of the patterned clays, which I collect on the surface, really close to each other in the next step, and then I press with the rolling pin again.
Can I ask you a super quick
Yep.
question?
Yep.
Do you just put them on top of each other?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And use a little bit of water to make it more strong, like combined power. Since the work consists of a lot of different small pieces of clays in structure, the pressing is a really important process to make the strong bond between the clays. If the pressure wasn't strong enough, then usually the work gets cracked during the shaping process or during the drying process. But on the other hand, if it was too strong, then the slab gets too thin to handle, so it becomes more chaos. Yeah, I try to plan many details in my work until this stage, and a following process in shaping. I tend to follow the natural flow of the materials. I usually have a simple sketch of overall shapes and sizes of the piece beforehand, and I enjoy making the final shape together with the material. In a way, it is like a teamwork between me and the clay. It's like a dance partners in a way. In this way, I can more freely explore the process and able to catch the surprising beauty of what the clay does. I gently hold the slab that is already cut in a proper size. Then I slowly place down on my working table with a little amount of my intention. The curves of clay slabs are instantly being made when it lands on the surface. And I use small pieces of sponge to support its shape. I always get thrilled at this moment when the clay goes off my hand, because the material went off to its own face where my intention cannot affect anymore. So there's always this tense feeling, both positively, and I really need to be careful not to break the slab, and also keep the patterns of the working fabric on the clay, which was made when I pressed with the rolling pin. I like to keep the textile patterns because it adds more soft and a warm feeling on the finer piece. And also, I secretly enjoy whenever people guesses that I work with the textile. They watch my work from the distance, or it's just as an image on the internet, and just assuming, okay, it should be a pieces of fabric. I like that my work can really deliver that feeling of lightness and softness with this one of the hardest material on the planet. There's this fun, ironic contrast between how it looks and how actually it is. Yeah. So I have been practicing this way of making for about 5 years now. I brought a few images of my work to show, but I don't want to go through one by one explaining in details, but rather wish to present the overall what kind of work I do, because yeah, each piece is important to me, but then again, it is not about the one piece for me. To me, more important part is the entire process of my practice in my workshop. So I make a ceramic that goes on the wall as a hanging sculpture. There are some of the old work you are watching now that I have done during the thesis work at Aalto. In the beginning of my nerikomi practice, I used to try making different designs of patterns or using many different colors in one work. Then I started to find that these layers of the color stripes are interesting visuals to me, as it reminds me of a collection of timelines, like trees grow rings. In a way, it just looked like the evidence of the time that I spent on my practice in my studio. So I continue this way of visuals, these color stripes more and more. And yeah, this is a close-up image of one of the Dune series, which was done in 2021. Yeah, the color inspiration came from the desert, as it was named. These are the other pieces in the same series as a group. Another work. Sometimes I make a few pieces as a set of one work. This way I can see my work in a larger scale. It's also can see the colors spread on the wall. I personally feel my work has been evolving with the lighter and lesser colors lately. A pair of work was done maybe last month. In the recent practice, I like to see the lines get smudged and the colors get blended, creating this subtle gradient in clays. They are the results from the unplanned aesthetics that happens during the physical practice. Also, I just find the process itself exciting while I have become more familiar with my own method. Practically, I'm very intensively focused during my production. I constantly keep my body moving because it involves a lot of instant happening in my practice. My process has become more systematic, and it's kind of always in the same order. And I do enjoy this repeating practice because I can, in a way, really let go my thoughts away while my body is fully concentrated on the work. There's this strange feelings of joy and freedom in the concentration that happens in the creative process. So I guess it's really not critical to me anymore to create these sharp-edged, elaborate visual patterns in my nerikomi. Yeah. Lately, I watched this one interview of a Korean painter, Park So-bo. I'm not sure if you are familiar with the name. He was a grandmaster of 단색화, the so-called Korean monochrome. It's the one big genre category of painting he introduced to the world. And his serial work, Écriture, which was developed since 1960s, emphasizes the essence of the repeating action in the art practice. He draws lines over and over again on this thinly painted canvas. He doesn't focus on any figurative subject to describe. The intention is in the repeating action. And he explains that all the unnecessary, distracting thoughts get vanished, and finally the work turns into the result of the freely emptied mind. So he thinks equals the work and his mind. It's really beautiful, and I was very touched by his thoughts in this interview. When I think about what is art, what is a work of artist, I really cannot separate the final outcomes and all the factors existing behind the scene. The connections are not usually being found on the wall of the galleries or the museums, whether stay to the artist self a lot of times. But I definitely find a more critical part of the work in the process and the background of the creator. Maybe because I have gained most of my knowledge being in the ceramic field only by doing and feeling and meeting people and engaging with the real life experiences. So the knowledge of the material-based creators can be acknowledged in the real life experience and maybe get nourished by their self-reflections. The reflection serves a collective evidence for developing their creative process and even generating one's creative identity sometimes. To me, artists are forever practitioners who constantly train his or her methods, materials, and their mind. So we are at the last part of my presentation already. Maybe lastly, I want to talk about what is a ceramic work about. It's a big question, and for this part, I've spent long weeks to come up with my right words to explain, and maybe I might be still pondering the idea, because I couldn't get any one single answer for this. Maybe there should be many different approaches and many perspectives to understand this current ceramic field. Some say that we are living in a time of new ceramic renaissance. I'm not sure how you feel about that. But since I'm closely involved in the ceramic field, and I'm pretty much agreed with that idea at some degree, because if I just looking around the city where I live, I can sense this hugely growing demand of learning ceramics. And also many of these professional visual artists also associate with the ceramic as another medium in their practice. So I naturally feel that the boundary of ceramic field is expanding and embracing creators from diverse background and purposes. So it's really like an open-end field to me. In my case, one of the traditional technique has sparked the starting of my art practice, and I gradually been adding my personal intention to it. During this journey, I have discovered the aesthetics and the methods that I utilize is somewhat meditative activities in my art. And in general, my work is considered as collectible art pieces. They are engaged with the galleries and art collectors most of the time, but on my own perspective, it is one way of proving my belief in human creation, which is very original and very personal. To me, ceramic work is about constant process of refining the intention and purpose through the material practice. In a way, I feel lucky that what I accidentally found was a ceramic, nothing else. Because I feel that it has offered me something I pursue without knowing where the end is. It's kind of subject I just must continue exploring, and perhaps that is a power existing in the material practice. There's an inspirational statement that enlightens me to see the endless potential in ceramic work. It is written by Stephen Hyman. He's a Canadian ceramic artist in the contemporary ceramic field, and I think I could never able to write any better text, so here I just want to share with you. Why ceramics? I have come to recognize the clay, an organic material with a long history of human use, readily refers to both nature and culture, to historical as well as geological time. The physical face of soft heart, inside, outside, and surface form offer diverse opportunity for considering new relationships among the seemingly disparate. Connections emerge, linking human activity and natural processes, deliberation and chance, what is seen with what is sensed. I've been navigating my way by dedicating myself to creation. There might have been another path I could have taken, perhaps, but I took many detours and confronting failed expectations and compromises. But then the time I spent in my workshop allowed me to shape the way and build my art one by one. And well, maybe I cannot really conclude where my work will lead me next, because I feel my works are in the process still, and I see them, they are just in the way of getting somewhere still. So in the sense, my works are a process itself in themselves, and probably I will look at them in that way forever. Yeah. So I guess that was end of my presentation about my work and my reflections on ceramics. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Amazing. I will now struggle with my papers for one moment because I have and I'm keeping this close. There's a lot of things to remember at this point. There is now going to come a string of information. The next thing we are going to do, we're going to have a tour in the exhibition by Elisabeth von Krogh, which I will not introduce because you should know. But I have been instructed that the tour will start at the back of the exhibition in the blue room. And while you're walking through the exhibition, you shall try to not look around you at the same time as you're very careful as you're walking, because if you break it, you pay it. Same. The tour will be in Norwegian, but I mean, it's an exhibition, so. And if you don't speak Norwegian, get a translation pal to stand next to you. When the tour is over, we will have lunch in the cafe. I'm pointing the right way, right? Yeah. After the tour, we'll have lunch in the cafe, and then we will commence again at 1 o'clock down here. For the people, I said it was a long stream of information, but this is only for the people who are watching at home. Now we will change this streaming for an Instagram real-time thingamajiggy. So you will have to go into Haugar's profile on Instagram, and there will be a live recording sending of the tour. So I think I remembered everything. Everyone else? Did I remember everything? Yeah, that seems like I did remember everything. So then I will leave the word and leading up to the tour to you, Elisabeth. Thank you very much.
to. Hallo. Ja, da tester jeg. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hører du meg, Jon Anders? 1, 2. Ja, greit. Du skal i hvert fall høre meg. No. Hallo, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hei. Hei, Jon Anders. 1, 2. Da tenker jeg vi skal høre
Oh yeah, I'm on. Oh, sorry, I just lost track here a moment. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, I still can't operate this thing, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm not the important person. So, welcome back. I hope you're all full and happy. So then I would wish to welcome Mikael Gertsen, who is trained as a potter apprentice and have his degree from the Danish Design School in Copenhagen. And most recently, he has had sold exhibition at Bornholms Kunstmuseum, Trapholt Kunstmuseum, Utvalg Galleri in Paris, and Kunsthall Grenland in Norway. And I will leave it there, and I will leave the stage to you. And thank you very much for coming.
Thanks a lot. Tak skal I have. Jeg er Mikael Gertsen. Som det bliver sagt, er jeg både pottemager, keramiker, og så har jeg faktisk en overbygning i industriel design. Simpelthen for at kunne komme hele vejen rundt i det område, som vi kalder for keramikken. Hvad I ser her er et typisk Gertsen-arbejde fra, det har jeg jo virket inden for i 10-20 år, det der meget hårde, dekonstruktive sprog, som ligesom har været et trademark for mig i mange år. Frihåndsdejede emner. I kan dog se, at der dukker en kant op fra en tallerken, og sådan. Der er ekoer fra den keramiske industri, kan man sige, men det er grundlæggende et dekonstrueret arbejde. Et andet godt eksempel på en spacerende figur, modsat den I så tidligere, så er det her altså bygget op af kurver, der møder hinanden. Jeg skal lige sige, at den første her, den var på Biennalen i Korea for små 20 år siden og fik sølvmedalje. Og den her ting her, den står på Metropolitan i New York. Som I kan se, har jeg jo på en eller anden måde udladt dekoration. Det har i mange år været nærmest et skældsord for mig. Men trods alt er jeg jo begyndt at gå ind på området her. Det er ikke verdens musik, men det er verdens keramik. Det vil sige, det er altså typer fra forskellige steder i verden. Hvis I kender koreansk keramik, så er det der altså nationalskat nummer 1060 i Korea, for det ikke skal være løgn. En typisk kypriotisk model. Så det er i virkeligheden sådan en form for magiterning af den keramiske historie. Dekorationer. I kan fornemme, at der er lidt citeren af de russiske konstruktivister i virkeligheden. Men det bliver så modsagt af guld og platin. Så et eller andet sted, så peger jeg på nogle konflikter, som ligger i værkerne, om man så må sige. Men det er bare lige for at fortælle jer, hvad jeg egentlig selv går og roder med. Fordi vi skal ligesom frem til det her. Der er lige en kort bemærkning om, at som sagt har jeg også en designerside. Det vil sige, jeg har lavet en porcelænslampe for Fritz Hansen i Danmark. Jeg har lavet en lille vase for Muto. Det er snart mange år siden. Og så vidt jeg ved, er det nok et af de få produkter, man har kunne købe i butikker, som faktisk har sin rod i dekonstruktion. Så et eller andet sted, så er det altså ret fantastisk. Anyway. Nora Guldbrandsen. Jeg skal lige fortælle jer, at jeg bliver inviteret til at udstille i Kunsthall Grenland, og det inkluderer samtidig et ophold på 1400 grader værkstedet. Og det er selvfølgelig meget godt. Så tænker jeg, men hvad fanden skal jeg bruge det til? Og jeg har jo egentlig ikke rigtig lyst til at forlade mit eget værksted, og så bare sidde og lave mine egne ting et andet sted. Så det jeg egentlig gjorde, det var at prøve at synke ind i designarven, som er på Porsgrund Porcelænsfabrik. Og der falder jeg så over Nora Guldbrandsen, som jo så er chefdesigner fra, som jeg husker det, fra 1927 til 1945. Og det er jo altså et interessant tidspunkt, fordi der taler vi altså om, hun bliver ansat i mellemkrigsårene, hvor, hvad kan vi sige, troen på fremtiden og drømmene om utopia, de er kæmpestore. Jeg skal også lige sige, at Nora Guldbrandsen, hun er altså et rigtig godt typeeksempel på en stærk kvinde i mellemkrigsårene. Hun bliver headhunted fra skolen af et par høje herrer, at du skal altså være chefdesigner i Porsgrund. Hun svarer så igen med at sige, det er da meget godt, men jeg insisterer på at beholde mit atelier i Oslo, og så skal jeg nok komme til Porsgrund, når jeg har nogle gode idéer. Hvad bilder hun så ind sådan en sjælling? Men hun får forhandlet frem til, at det faktisk kan lade sig gøre. Hun får den næstbedste løn på fabrikken. Det er altså også virkelig noget, der betyder noget. Hun er enlig mor. på tidspunktet. Altså en stærk kvinde, som et eller andet sted er en rigtig god repræsentant for equality, som vi taler så meget om i de her år. Godt så. Opgaven, som jo så er at på en eller anden måde have en dialog med Norden Guldbranchen, der får jeg så fortalt, at Porsgrundfabrikken har et kæmpe fjernlager med gamle modeller og forme og alt muligt. Jeg tænker, fantastisk, lad mig se det. Og jeg tager ud og kigger og bliver så præsenteret for, når man åbner kasserne, gipsmodeller, som er væltet ned oven i hinanden, så de er gået i stykker. Og det eneste, man har bekymret sig om, det er egentlig bare at gemme tingene i kasser. Ikke gemme dem for eftertiden. Vi har bare fået besked på, at de skal gemmes. Så min idé om at finde mange gamle modeller frem for Norden Guldbranchen, det kuldsejler fuldstændig, fordi jeg bliver simpelthen så desillusioneret, da jeg ser, hvordan man egentlig behandler kulturarven. Så det, jeg gør, det er at vælge ud. Der er den lille cylindervars. Den er stadig i produktion på fabrikken. Ikke så eminent, som det bliver udført i mellemkrigsårene, men modellen er i produktion. Og det samme er kuglevasen. Det vil sige, kuglevasen og cylinderen, det er altså de to brikker, jeg kan tage fra produktionen og bruge i mit eget værk. Godt. Her kan I se udstøbninger af cylindervasen og kuglen, og så bruger jeg så min egen ikoniske kejlestup og blander tingene. Den kvikke læser kan se, at jeg lader indstøbningstrakt og alt sådan noget, som egentlig er affald ved jer, så man bliver i tvivl om, hvad er egentlig rigtigt arbejde og hvad er ved siden af. Det ene ophold, jeg skulle have haft på 1400 grader værkstedet, blev altså til 3 ophold. Her er fra det første, hvor jeg så småt begynder at merge tingene og ligesom lade dem i bedste fald blive arbejder, hvor jeg også har på en eller anden måde har en tale i. Ophold nummer 2, hvor jeg bliver en lille smule mere modig. Nu skal vi jo huske på, at det her det er jo porcelæn. Og porcelæn er jo altså et virkelig forbandet materiale på den måde, at det er en prinsesse, som man virkelig skal behandle som et råddent æg. Modsat, når jeg arbejder jo primært i lertøj, der vil sige, der kan jeg jo virkelig være ambitiøs, når jeg bygger op. Her der skal man virkelig ikke sætte ret mange ting sammen, før de begynder at revne og trække fra hinanden og sådan noget. Men det er jo sådan den tekniske del, som jo også er en udfordring. Et meget, meget tydeligt eksempel på, hvordan mine egne ting møder Norden Guldbranchen i et værk. Det vil sige, at jeg er ikke bare inspireret, jeg inviterer hende ind i mit eget værk og tager en dans med damen. Igen, jeg er nødt til at pege på, at det her det er meget ambitiøst at gøre i porcelæn. Det vil sige, et eller andet sted prøve at gå til grænsen rent teknisk, men det er jo egentlig ikke det, det skal handle om. Det er ikke det, der er fortællingen. Det er egentlig drømmen om Utopia i mellemkrigsårene. De samme drømme går jeg jo rundt med i dag. Jeg vil sgu også have et bedre samfund. Jeg vil også gerne have equality. Og jeg bliver så glad, når jeg ser jeres avis, den hedder Klassekampen, fordi det er altså stadigvæk det handler om, mine kære venner. Sidste ophold. Der bliver ambitionerne så store, så jeg simpelthen våger at begynde at stable opad. Og på en eller anden morsom måde, så rammer jeg altså ind i noget klassicisme ved at sætte tingene sammen på den her måde. De fleste af jer kender sikkert også Bauhaus-keramikken og kender Otto Lindigs klassiske kugle-kejle-kubusopstillinger. Den er jo nærmest her. Så på en eller anden måde, så går jeg altså ind og rammer en eller anden form for fællesground. Og det synes jeg også er interessant, fordi når vi taler keramik, så kan vi både tale om det personlige udtryk, men vi kan også tale om det keramiske continuum, som har været her siden civilisationernes begyndelse, og som vi også er en del af. Og det sjove er, jo mere jeg arbejder med keramikken, jo mere interesseret bliver jeg også i den anonyme pottemare fra det gamle Grækenland, eller fra Kina, eller et eller andet. Det er jo dem, der har sat de store spor. Så kan det godt være, at vi dyrker personen i de her år her, men et eller andet sted om 1000 år, så er det forhåbentlig tingene, der taler deres eget sprog. Nå. Nu spoler jeg lige lidt tilbage, fordi det her, det var ligesom figurarbejdet. Men det, der fangede mig ind hos Norden Guldbranchen, det var også hendes eminente dekorationer. Og læg mærke til, når jeg siger dekorationer, så kan jeg næsten ikke engang sige det, uden at gøre det med sådan en lille vrid. Fordi et eller andet sted har jeg jo lært, at al dekoration er for at fordumme folket. Altså, jeg har været partisoldat hos Adolf Loos, der fortæller, at ornament og forbrydelse, det er altså 2 ting, der hører sammen. Og sandheden er, at Jo, det kan du da godt sige, men har du set efter, hvornår han siger det? Det er altså over 100 år siden. Så du er på en eller anden måde nødt til at bryde den spell, der er omkring dekorationen, og så synke ind i det igen, for det kan jo ikke være rigtigt, at der er et helt felt inden for vores område, som simpelthen er forbudt. Så jeg tager altså Nora Guldbrandsens dekorationer, prøver på en eller anden måde at tolke dem i mit eget rum. Jeg er meget tro over for hende. Nu var jeg så heldig, så for nogle år siden var der en stor skitseudstilling på Kunsthall Grenland. Og hele den skitsesamling har jeg jo så brugt her i mine egne tolkninger af hende. Altså hvor det kun lige er små dele, der dukker op, eller absurde dele. Eller nogle gange kan det også være et clash mellem altså hård art deco og så noget forestillende. Altså at man laver clash i det dekorative. Det er sgu da også interessant. Jeg skal lige være, undskyld mig. Jeg skal lige pege på den her oppe allerførst. Stavkirkestillet. Hvis man kan sin Nora Guldbrandsen, så ved man, at stavkirkestillet er det første stel, hun tegner for Porsgrunn Porcelænsfabrik. Der skal være en stor udstilling i Bergen i 27, så nu må du altså lige skynde dig at lave nogle nye varer, fordi vi skal lige være med på den sidste nye bølge, og hun laver stavkirkestillet. Stavkirkestillet er samtidig det første, jeg bliver fanget ind af. Fordi jeg er jo så gammel, så jeg kan jo huske i starten af 90'erne, der var Vikernes og alle de langhårede metalrockere i det, der i dag hedder black metal-scenen, at de gik og brændte stavkirker ned. Det var simpelthen min vej ind i, hvordan fanden jeg kunne få skovlen under det her. Jeg kunne da bruge stavkirkestillet til på en eller anden måde at fortælle om de konflikter, der er. Særligt i det norske samfund, som jo på overfladen er fantastisk, men der lurer altså nogle konflikter lige under membranen. Og det synes jeg er interessant. Det inviterer virkelig mig til at blive nysgerrig. I kan jo se, det går fra næsten Colorfield-fascination over ideen om funkishuset som den fine lille drøm. Men det er alt sammen bundet sammen af det, jeg kalder utopia, altså drømmen om, at om bare nogle få år, så bliver verden så fantastisk, så vi alle sammen er forbrødret, og fred vil indfinde sig, og vi har bare altså, det at skabe foran os. Det er da skønt, ikke? Der kommer så et lille intermezzo, men det ved I jo godt. Det her, det er et billede fra mit eget studio. Jeg får simpelthen en standard sendt fra Porsgrunn ned på mit eget værksted, hvor jeg så udfører, dekorationerne. Og det er analogt. Der er måske nogle af jer, der tror, jeg er så moderne, så jeg bare sidder på min computer og tegner det, og får sendt en fil med et dekal. Men der er ikke noget, der kunne være mere forkert. Sandheden er, at jeg sidder og klipper og skærer, som om, at det er juleaften, og jeg skal lave julehjerter. Men et eller andet sted er det jo ret fantastisk. Jeg skal lige sige tallerkenen. En dejlig stor dæktallerken fra Porsgrunn Porcelænsfabrik. Jeg gik jo rundt på fabrikken med Floyd, som er værkfører der, og skal vælge en tallerken ud, og jeg tager så den der, og jeg kan godt se på, om der er et eller andet galt her. Jamen, der står jo Porsgrunn bagpå, og den er stemplet sådan her. Og så siger han, ja, den får vi altså lavet i Tyskland. Men det fortæller jo også noget om, hvordan porcelænsindustrien er i dag. Et eller andet sted, så er porcelænsfabrikkerne blevet et eller andet, hvor folk kan komme og skue, at man maler stråmønstre, og så bliver tingene så ellers produceret i udlandet. Og så holder vi et eller andet billede op, om de gamle fabrikker stadigvæk kører videre. Det gør de jo for så vidt også, men foran. Det er altså lidt forlorent, hvis I spørger mig. Men det er et faktum, og det er et eller andet, vi som udøver på en eller anden måde må gøre noget ved. Skitserne er det, jeg beskriver som hendes første stil, stavkirkestillet. Det, jeg gør her, der kan jeg jo næsten se Noras næsten sådan semi-romantiske fremstilling. Den bliver så min udgave næsten sådan lidt maskinel og hård. Men det er jo også et citat. Igen et eksempel på, hvordan hun tager en blomst, men koger den ind, så det bliver en modernistblomst. Altså det vil sige, dekorationer er jo ikke bare store blomstrede, buttede, guldkantede kander. Det kan altså også være lødigt. Og det synes jeg er interessant. Så det kan jeg heller ikke stå for. Og så er det jo også interessant, når vi skal op i de høje temperaturer, så er der i virkeligheden ikke særlig mange brikker at slås med. Der er krom, og der er kobolt, og så er der et eller andet, hvor man lige kokser det sammen. Så den er altså brændt højt med dekal. Den her, Igen, det bygger jo lige så meget på fascination, som det gør på, langhårede overvejelser. Jeg kan simpelthen bare ikke stå for den her dekoration, hvor man bruger et typisk norsk motiv. Altså en ren og en slæde. Og så hele det hvide porcelæn, det bliver jo i det her til, det bliver jo snelandskabet. Det er sgu da fantastisk. Det er altså ikke en kinesisk porcelænstallerken. Det er en typisk norsk. Det er da også fantastisk, at vi på den måde kan pointere lokale, særheder i porcelænet. Et andet eksempel på, at man kan da godt lave blomster, uden at man får det på tværs i halsen. En modernistblomst, det er sgu da interessant, ikke? At man begynder... Det er jo tydeligt, at på en eller anden måde prøver man jo også at ramme et marked, som jo næsten per instinkt forventer blomster på porcelæn. Igen, men jeg synes, at det er en lødig blomst. Ja, det er med flot. Det er jo igen eksempler. Nora, hun placerer dekorationen meget korrekt. I mit tilfælde er den egentlig på vej ud af billedet. Men det er i respekt, det er ikke fnys. En typisk Nora Guldbrandsen dekoration, hvor hun egentlig udnytter dekoration og negativt rum. Det folder jeg ud i flade her. Altså at der nærmest er ligevægt mellem gjort og ikke gjort. Og her der peger hun jo i den grad frem mod det konkrete maleri. Og hele den revolution, der ligger i det non-figurative. Og det synes jeg fandme er spændende. Og igen, et godt eksempel. I starten der troede jeg faktisk, at det var en traktor. men det er rent abstrakt. Det er linjer og kurver. Og det, der jo også er sjovt, det er, hvis man kan bare en lille smule af den nyere kunsthistorie, så ved man jo, at de russiske konstruktivister, de lavede, forarbejdet på porcelænsfabrikken i Sankt Petersborg fra omkring 1915-17 stykker og så til 1924. Derfra, det lille vindue, det er altafgørende for sådan nogen som mig, og har også været det for Nora Guldbrandsen. Og det er jo kun nogle år efter, at hun egentlig tager teten op og kører det videre, og måske kører det videre ud mod også et kommercielt marked. Jeg skal lige som parentes sige, at de russiske konstruktivister, de havde jo så lige en taletid i måske 7 år. Så blev det enten landsforvist, eller blev sendt ud på pontoner og blev skubbet ud på det sorte hav, eller et eller andet. Vi kan simpelthen ikke bruge jer til en skid. Det vil sige, blev simpelthen bange for det her sprog, som egentlig var oprindeligt skabt som et folkesprog. I skal tænke på, at hele Sovjet var jo befolket af analfabeter. De forstår sgu ikke alt det der historicistisk maleri og sådan noget. I er nødt til at kode det ind til at være en rød firkant og en blå cirkel. Det kan alle forstå. Men det sjove er så, at det kommunistiske politbureau bliver sgu selv bange for sproget og skubber dem ud af reden. Igen. Vækstformer, altså blomster og den slags, kan man altså godt tage en postgang til, så det bliver abstrakt. Og der trækker jeg altså bare en gren ud og får større op her, kan I så se. Igen, bare en lille detalje. Det er jo vigtigt, at I forstår, at det her, at det er citater, at jeg på en eller anden måde vedgår. Der vil jo være lægfolk, der siger, jamen, har du da slet ikke noget at sige selv? Jo, jeg har masser at sige. Men nogle gange kan det jo også være interessant at tage nogle andre under armen, så man siger noget sammen. Og det er egentlig det, der foregår her, ikke? Det her, det er meget en til en. Men det er jo i virkeligheden en dekoration, som er lavet til en kande, som jeg bare lader forblive være udfoldet, og bare smasker den på en tallerken. Men hun kan altså et eller andet, både med farver og... Altså, hun kan afstemme tingene. Der er ikke rigtige ord for den slags. Men hun kan bare det skidt. Der kan I se, hvordan jeg igen tager en del. Og når man isolerer den del og placerer på en tallerken, så får du faktisk et kontemporært udtryk. Og det synes jeg er interessant, at tid er altså, en faktor, der er lidt i flux, når vi taler keramik. Fordi det der er helt nyt, det har i virkeligheden rødder tilbage til måske flere tusind år. Så på den måde går vi ud og ind af tid. Og alle siger jo, jamen man kan ikke tidsrejse. Jo, det kan man. Gud hjælper når man er keramiker. Fordi der kan man jo bare slå op i bøgerne. Den her. Ikke andet end, at den er der simpelthen så åndssvag, så man ikke kan andet end knuselske den. Altså, hvem vil der have en kaffekande med kortspil på? Men igen, I kan jo godt se den der måde, at hun bruger vinkel og kurve. Det er begavet gjort, selvom det på overfladen virker lidt fladpandet, ikke? Et godt eksempel på, hvordan jeg bruger hende og egentlig renser op. Men jeg skal huske på, det ved alle norske her, at Nora Gulbrandsen er jo kendt for sit følsomme strøg. Det følsomme strøg, min bare røv. Altså, det jeg så gør modsat Nora Gulbrandsen, det er, at jeg laver det i dekal, og efterlader ikke nogen spor, kan vi sige, af noget gjort, men bruger essensen. Jeg håber, det giver mening. Indtil videre har det jo egentlig sådan været meget hårdkogte art deco-dekorationer. Her begynder vi så småt, ikke at det er narrativt, men der begynder at liste sig andre ting ind. Det sjove er, når du vender den her skål om, så er der et jernkors i bunden af den. Det vil sige, at den er altså fra det tidspunkt, hvor der kommer en ny kunde i butikken, Tyskland, og det kommer til at gå helt galt. Nå, vi holder stadigvæk fast i, hvordan oversætter man egentlig en sukkerskål til en flade. Bare alene det greb er jo også keramik. Det, et eller andet sted, så kan man sige, det jeg har gjort her, det er også for at fortælle om, hvor stor en bredde vi har i vores område, hvor store muligheder vi har. Eller det synes jeg personligt er interessant, fordi man kan sige, når man har virket i 40 år inden for det keramiske, så kan det være så med, jeg føler og jeg tænker, så kan det nogle gange være rart at læne sig op af andre ting og arbejde mere formelt. Man kan sige, at den her, den fortæller om lidt om nogle blade, der er på vej ud af billedet, og noget, der måske egentlig ikke har lyst til at være så midtsøgende, som det burde være. Frem til den her, hvor det virkelig bliver interessant. Fordi, hvad sker der med Nora Gulbrandsen her? Hvad gør, at hun går fra hård art deco? Art deco er lige med funktionalisme, er lige med drømmen om utopia. Den kvikke læser kan se, at her står der 43. 1943. Tyskland er den store kunde på fabrikken. Det er da ret fantastisk i 43, hvor alle ved, at krigslykken har vendt, og verden egentlig ligger i ruiner. Der begynder man at tegne skildpadder med et fuldstændig fjollet smil. Hold nu op. Hvis ikke det er, jeg vil ikke høre noget. Men det er jo fantastisk. Altså et eller andet sted er det jo, hvad skal vi sige, at betragte fænomenet er sgu da interessant. Og jeg kan simpelthen ikke stå for den skildpadde der. Og der får den så stadigvæk lige lov til at spille op til noget modernisme, ikke? Så der ikke er helt solgt ud af arvesølvet. Igen et godt eksempel fra 40'erne. Undskyld, kameler? Hvor kommer det fra? Det kommer fra, at man tager skyklapper på og håber på, at det snart går over. Den står så lige og betragter de norske farver, ikke? Nu må I lige forberede jer på, nu bliver det lidt grimt. Den her, dem ser vi jo sjældent i lektyren. De er heller ikke fremme på Nationalmuseet, eller hvor der ellers er samlinger. Men sandheden er, fra 1940 til 45, der er den største kunde på Porsgrunn Porcelænfabrik, det er Tyskland. Og Nora Gulbrandsen, hun sidder gladeligt og tegner gaver til SS-officerer, og jeg skal komme efter dig. Og der begynder det jo virkelig at smage mærkeligt, og der er altså meget langt til utopia her. Og det er jo, kan vi sige, for mit vedkommende er det også en undersøgelse af, hvad fanden vil du gøre selv, hvis du er en drømmer om den nye verden og alt det fantastiske, vi kan opnå og sådan noget, og så lige pludselig, så er der altså en stålpind, som du får direkte op i røven, og så må du bare affinde dig med, at nu ser verden altså helt sammen. Jamen, det er jo interessant. Vi står jo overfor det i dag. Hvad ville I andre gøre, hvis der lige pludselig stod en russisk oligark og ville købe jeres livsværk? Ja, det vil man sgu da være i konflikt over. Som jeg sagde, var Nora Gulbrandsen jo også enlig mor, og hun havde jo noget ansvar og noget. Så altså balancen mellem drøm og virkelighed er virkelig sat på spidsen her, ikke? Og det er det, der er motivet. Godt. Det var så flade dekorationerne. Så kommer vi så over i, hvad skal vi sige, mine figurarbejder, som jo så er bygget op af Nora Gulbrandsens ting. Med lidt dekoration, som er lidt citerende, lidt mit eget, men det her, det er altså det samarbejde, som jeg har lavet med Nora. Det gode ved det, det er, at hun jo er død, så hun kan jo ikke brokke sig. Et eksempel, hvor det er cylindervæsen, der er i centrum. Igen bygget op. Så kan man sige, jamen, er det ved at kollapse, eller er det ved at rejse sig? Og det er jo et eller andet sted midt imellem, og jeg håber, man med sin egen bagage kan finde ud af, hvad for en vej det går. Jeg kan sige, det her det er jo plakaten fra Kunsthall Grenland, med et rigtig godt eksempel på tingene. Og så vil jeg lige vise jer nogle ting fra udstillingen i Grenland. Altså, man blev jo egentlig modtaget af originale arbejder af Nora Guldbrandsen, så man ligesom kunne lave sådan en lille game med at gå ud og finde Gud. Det er da meget sjovt at se, dem der er så på en tallerken og sådan. Altså på den måde egentlig fuldstændig vedgå, hvad ophavet er, og hvad jeg står på skuldrene af. Jeg får lyst til lige at citere Newton. Newton han siger jo på et tidspunkt, jeg kan kun se så langt som jeg kan, fordi jeg står på skuldrene af giganter. Det gælder altså også, hvis du er keramiker. Du kan ikke alene løfte, hvis ikke du er bevidst om, hvor stort man har kunne gøre det tidligere. Det mener jeg. Så må I gerne modsige mig, hvis I har lyst. Nu skal jeg lige finde rundt i mine papirer igen. Så tager vi lige et billede her, som egentlig viser både frisen af tallerkener og, hvad skal vi sige, unika-stykkerne. Her der skylder jeg min kone Bettina Købe en stor tak for udstillingsdisplay, fordi hun er simpelthen arkitekt på udstillingen, har simpelthen fået den til at gå op. Og man kan sige, hele grebet med at tage tallerkenerne som en frise, og på den måde tæmme rummet, det var et eminent greb, og det er jeg stort taknemmelig overfor, at hun kunne se. Fordi I må jo forstå, at det virke, jeg har, er jo ikke kæmpe emner. Og der er 8 meter til loftet i Kunsthall Grenland, så jeg havde altså virkelig sved mellem ballerne over, hvordan pokker skal jeg tage det rum. Men det var altså tallerkenfrisen, der løste det. Ja, der kan I jo ligesom se, hvordan det tager sig ud. Her det er jo næsten et demonstrativt eksempel på kuglevasen og cylinderen sat sammen med indstøbningstrakter og hele svineriet, og så malet op med guld, som om, at det er det fineste. Altså læg mærke til, at det er egentlig affaldsdelene, der er highlightet. Ikke? Så igen, vend på hovedet, hvad er kvalitet, og hvad er trash? Det er jo også et ret interessant motiv, synes jeg. Klassiske Gertsen-ting, men igen med en smag selv af noget klassicisme her. Det er jo også interessant, at man ud af andres emner egentlig kan bygge klassikere op. Hvad fanden er det, du har gang i, Michael? Her, det er sgu da sjovt, er det ikke det? Klassiske Nora Guldbrandsen, og så et par frihåndsdrejede emner, og straks bliver du skudt tilbage til det gamle Grækenland. Jamen, tidsrejse er mulig. Ja, så kan jeg jo lige runde af med at sige, at udstillingen blev så også vist i en redigeret udgave på Designmuseum Danmark, hvor vi egentlig viste det ude i deres forgård i nogle store, fantastiske glasmontre, de har. Jeg kan lige sige, at nogle af dem blev også til vægobjekter, bare for fuldstændig at glemme alt om brug og salatskåle og den slags. Ikke? Et lille stemningsbillede af, klassicisme møder Nora Guldbrandsen Gertsens klassicisme. Jeg synes bare, at den har en dejlig tristesse over sig, det billede her, som egentlig passer fint til mit sindlag. Et tallerkentårn. Det sjove var, at det var jo udendørs, så folk kunne både se det dag og nat. Der er jo mange, der skal overvinde sig selv ved at gå ind på et museum, men her der er man ligesom ude i det næsten offentlige rum, så det var sådan, der kunne folk ligesom få det lige i hovedet. Ja, eksempel på en opstilling af tingene, ikke? Nu er det jo nok muligt, at jeg har været lidt hurtig, fordi det er altså, hvad det kunne blive til med billeder i hvert fald. Men hvis der er question and answers senere, så er I velkommen til at spørge ind til tingene, hvis I er nysgerrige på det. Men ellers vil jeg sige tak for, at I gav lidt øre til.
Thank you very much. And, I'm keeping it close enough. We will now have a touch of longer break. There will be some cake and coffee coming in a couple of minutes. So you will have a little break until 2 o'clock and get some coffee and recharge. And there might be sun, but it's not warm. So I'll see you again at 2 o'clock.
Say that it's also possible to see the collection exhibit which we have behind here.
collection. Yeah, so then you can have a little stroll right behind her in the collection too. Wonderful. Da, da, da. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. The show will soon commence. Everyone can find their seat again. Thank you. Yes, I'm using this voice now. It's very soothing. I'm going to talk real close. Hello, everyone. And so, I would wish a very warm welcome to Klara Kristova, who will introduce herself. So, welcome.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Yeah, you do. So I'm Klara Kristova, and I live in Sweden, but I was born in Prague in Czechoslovakia. And when I was 1 year, my parents moved to Sweden. And my father was a modernist sculptor, and my mother was a painter. But they both were working with clay on the side to make a living. They worked for a Swedish or a Gotlandish ceramic factory when I was very small, and we always had clay in our home. When I was very young, my mother died, and then I had my father, who was working in our home with his art, and my plan was to never become an artist because he seemed so stressed, especially about money, all the time. And it seemed to be such a hard life to have so many different types of work all the time. And I wanted a much more like steady life. I wanted to be a vet because I loved animals, or interpreter because I was really into translating words. Since when I was very small, I spoke only Czech. So I was very interested in the different meanings of words. But my grades wasn't enough. And after like high school, I went to America and traveled around by myself because my companion left me there. But that was a very like traumatizing trip. But when I came home, I was very tired. Like I didn't know what to do now with my life. I was 20. And then my father was, maybe you should be an artist anyway. And he started to, and I like gave up and said, okay, I will try to be an artist. So he taught me in his own studio for 1 year, but I had, of course, been drawing and painting and doing clay sculptures all my life as a child. But then he trained me in ways that he thought would get me into the academy in Stockholm. And he succeeded because I was accepted. But when I started there, I was totally like, I didn't know any other young people who worked with art. So I was like coming from countryside as like totally lost. So I painted for 5 years because I was applying with paintings. But after 5 years, I started to do ceramic. Because, not ceramic really, I did clay sculptures. Because, and I don't I wouldn't describe them even as sculptures. They are more like three-dimensional drawings. And I chose clay of many reasons. Because one was that during this time in the academy, painted, like glazed and painted clay was a totally like forbidden material. They were laughing at me when I said I was interested in doing like glazing and things, and they say you can't do that as an artist. That's totally impossible. It's such a like low-ranked material. If you want to be a real artist, you have to work with plaster and the metal and things. But I thought all this prejudice made it created like my own space. With the clay, I can have my own little I could try my own way, kind of. Of course, I knew there were many artists working with clay and had been working with clay since ever. But in this surrounding, in this school, in this time, it was like a no-no material. It was like a parenthesis. I don't know how to say that in English. So it was like a little like space in time where it was not a good material. I think that has, of course, changed a lot since then. Now it's totally different. But it gave me some kind of freedom. And then I started and I did like notes on life. I would say my work is a lot about emotions and relations between human beings and transformations, like when you grow up or when you change, when you get old. They are about these transformations, but also about strong emotions but other things as well. I mean, I'm inspired by my own life, other people, and stories, books I read and everything, or art I see. I'm very eclectic. I'm inspired by everything. But this is one of my first clay sculptures, and it was very small, like this. And it was mixed. In my first shows, I mixed materials. So I had like paintings and small clay sculptures. And I really enjoyed doing them because I still do that. I build them, and then I use underglazed paintings, and then I just squash transparent glaze over everything to lock the colors. I do the simplest thing you can do. I use stoneware clay, and I just build them like boop, boop, boop. And it's a very fast way of, it's really like drawing, but with a body. And I think one reason too why I chose it was painting was too fast for me. I needed to slow down the process, and building at least made it a little bit harder than painting. So it kept me like down a little bit, which was good. This was also one of my earliest sculptures. I had a very scary dream when I imagined my two sons were dead, because since my mother died, my fear of death has always been very big. So it's like death is always present in my thoughts, somewhere in the back of my thoughts. So that was a very scary dream, and I just built it. And this is rather a big sculpture like this. But in that time, and also now, my kiln chamber is only 80 centimeters high, kind of the highest. So I build them in sections, and I glue them with a very good epoxy glue. On top of these, there are just stones I found. I live in the countryside. They were there. And yeah, the boys. This is called the boys. And it's like I made it around 2000. Then my gallerist in Stockholm, Magnus Karlsson, he allowed me to be part of an art fair in London, which was very big for me, Frieze Art Fair. And we packed my little clay sculptures. These are only like this, maybe, or smaller. And he was very economical. So he didn't want to make any he thought we can take like an IKEA table with these and paint them white, and it's gonna be fine. And then we put it up in the fair, and I thought it was so embarrassing because it looked so cheap and like amateur. Because in these art fairs, you know, of course, you have been there maybe many times, but they are always very like big and very expensive professional installations and expensive sculptures, but they looked like crap. And I was like, oh, I went home and I asked him, do you really think this looks good? And he said, he didn't answer really, so I thought he doesn't think it looks good. And I was going home with the taxi and lost my wallet in the taxi. And I called my husband and cried and said, this is going to be such a horrible experience. But then next day, there was a very famous artist, Maurizio Cattelan, who was like walking through the art fair, and he had like a TV team looking at him because he's so controversial and interesting man, and he was walking around in the fair and doing different things. And then he came to our little booth, and he was like, and then he bought 3 sculptures. And they were filming it, so it was like a big thing. And then he talked to his French gallerist, Emmanuel Perrotin, and convinced him to show my work. And that was kind of my breakthrough. And it was very like not a good accident, you know, a chance, just a little luck. This was another sculpture that was on show in this art fair. These were kind of like my first works. And if I go back, they are like, this is someone who is like silent. He has like a bird over his mouth. And this is someone who's fallen into like a bush. And this is like a dove squeezing a butterfly on a mushroom. It's like a little nature study. It's like kind of very simple, very ordinary, but it also contains some kind of violence or a threat often. But I would say it's about fear and love, my work, and many other things. And this is like a small version of the boys with the stone as their heads. And yeah. Anyway, so this was the first like bigger installation with ceramic work I did in Stockholm, 2007. And during this time, I thought it was super hard to make the work look like art. Because for me, the work was just my stories that I did, these 3-dimensional drawings. And I never had a concept, which I now think is super hard, because now everyone wants you to write many, many papers about your concept for every show you have. But I don't have a concept. I'm just interested in life and death and love. So that's what I do my sculptures about. And then I need to somehow present them, because they need to be, I think a show is a little bit like a scenario. You have to like think about, it's like a theatrical play or something. You walk in there, and it has to be something there. You can't just put your work there and hope for the best. You have to do something. And I really didn't have very many ideas about this during this time. So my gallerist again said, we can have a long table, and we can hang these beautiful light bulbs over it. This is not even my idea, the long table. And then he like convinced me to put the cloth on. And now afterwards, I really think it was a bad idea, because it makes it look like something religious or something, like a church thing or so. But that was not it was, you know, I accepted, but, and then I was very like, not really liking the installation. But it went well. And because in my work, every sculpture, it's like they are connected, because they are kind of about the same things or similar things. Or I also get a lot of inspiration by looking at other work I did myself and try to like make an evolution in them. But Now I forgot what I wanted to say. But yeah, I can go on. Then I did my first show with Perrotin in Miami. It was like a very, he had like a extra space that was not open all year round. It was like my test exhibition. And I did this, and it's like an image of myself being super shy. And yeah, you know, and it's called Redhead, but she's very like, she's hiding. It's a girl hiding, not really have the like being able to speak out. And I did some scary. This I just drilled holes in a sculpture that was painted as a normal face, but then it became very. It's like fear or a scream. It's kind of violent, but in a very like simple way. And this is jealousy. Or envy actually, of course. Green, you know, we have a saying in Swedish that you are green from envy. And it's a really bad, a very bad thing to be envious. So then I did a show in London with Alison Jacks, who I later stopped working with because I had too many galleries. And my daughter wrote to me. Now I will do like a little tour from my different installations and what I think about them and why it's. I will not really talk about ceramic in the Nordic countries because I don't know very much about ceramic at all. I was trained as a painter, and then I had the clay feeling in my hands, and I always liked building things with my hands, and I think I have like ideas what I want to build, what it's gonna express kind of, or what interests me, and I put like notes over my walls. I do like simple drawings of them, and then I like look at them and take away, you know. So I make groups of them, and then I play with them a lot, and then finally I decide like 10 notes that I put on my wall, and then I start to build them. That's going to be the base for the show, for example, or this group of work. And then when I start to build them with my hands, that's when like my brain really starts to work, because if I plan too long, then nothing's going to happen. Then I'm going to look at the notes, and I will never be happy enough. It's like, I'm not sure this is good enough, or I'm not sure, is this strong? Maybe it's just bad. And I start to hesitate so much, and it doesn't happen anything with the work until I start to like actually build it with my hands. I think that the building with my hands is, I have to do it. I would never be able to send plans to someone else to produce my work, because then it wouldn't be my work. I think hand building is really important for at least my brain to like process the work and develop the work. The hands are like a part of the brain, kind of. I don't know how to explain that, but that's how I think. I mean, craft for me, I mean, I don't think there is such, in that way, I don't think it's such a big difference between art and craft if you hand build. There are other differences between these two, but not in this. When I started, I just had a feeling for building, but then I didn't know anything about fire temperatures and things. I got a grant, and I bought my first kiln for that grant, and then I just phoned the shop and asked them about different clays and glazes and things. So it was kind of, I read hobby books and things. So I'm still doing this very simple advice that they told me on the phone. I didn't experiment with glazes and things very much. I took some class in the shop, in the same shop, but not more than that. I think I could do much more experimenting with the material, but I never came to it because it was not so important for my work. So I do only what's important for the actual work, I think, as maybe everyone does. So, but now I needed to think out something else than the table because I wasn't so happy with that. So I tried to make this is a very large cupboard. We let someone build a cupboard and installed light in it, and the rest of the room was pretty dark. So it was like a cabinet of curiosities, which worked rather well, I think. It's like a collection. This is like a swan who swallowed someone because it has you can't see that on this bad image, but it's like a face here in relief, with a body of a face, and this is someone who drowned. It's from a constable painting. So I take like parts from other artists' work. I make many loans. I have dogs, so it's a girl and a dog, and they have a very close relationship, and so on. This is me, and it's like a double portrait of me and the dog, and I'm sorry you can't see it well, but it's one of my favorite sculptures. This is another sculpture. I do stoneware clay, a very steady one with both molokite and chamotte, which almost never fails me. You can build very many things and it never breaks. And then I do paper clay porcelain because it's so white. That's about my clay range, these two clays. I like since the painting is so important on them. They are very much like drawings, really. If you want to interrupt me and ask a question, that's very fine with me.
I'd like to ask you if you fire several times, or do you just fire once?
No, I fire twice because I do a bisque firing and then I paint them.
But you don't glaze fire twice, or?
No. I do if there is a problem with the glaze, I can refire it again. That has happened sometimes if the color is really ugly, but I can accept many things. You can feel immediately if it's wrong, but apart from that, it can be rather ugly, but it shouldn't be too ugly. But I think one of the things that I really like about working with clay is the little surprise you get when you open the kiln, because it's never going to be what you expected. It's going to be a little better or a little worse, but never the same. And sometimes you are shocked, and that's maybe the best, because now when I did my last exhibition in Paris that I opened a week ago, I was so tired because I'm very tired of myself. I think I have to reinvent myself. I will have a break for a couple of months and then I will reinvent myself in some way. But before I did that, when I was working with that show, I was like, oh God, do I really want to do this? I'm also very tired of working with commercial galleries, but I suppose I have to continue because that's my living, that's my work. But it's very complicated to do that, I think, in the long run. It's a good thing, but it's also very problematic in several ways. Anyway, when I was working for that show, I was not having much time because I was depressed, or not really depressed, but I was tired of myself. And so I didn't want to work. I was doing dog training and other things. And then it was like, oh God, now I only have a couple of months left. I really have to work like hell. And I did. And but then I didn't have time to take any risks, and that really made my work very boring, because the risk taking and trying things you are not sure will work, it's probably the most rewarding, I think. That's like chance has a part of your work. You don't know really, and then something surprises you. I like that. Anyway, sometimes I try to make political work, but it never ends well, or no one understands it's a political work. I wish I could say things about the world that's not only about emotions and relations, and this is like more bread than we expected. It's like about overconsumption and using too much resources. But I don't know if anyone understood that. Some people thought it looked like something completely different. But I actually like this work. It's also rather big. It's like this big, so it's like a powerful size in it. This is another exhibition in Magnus Carlsen in Stockholm. I wanted to do a salon, this where people met, because I felt so alone living in the countryside. Especially in November, no one wants to visit you when you are 1 hour from Stockholm. And I live with my husband, who is also an artist, and my children, but they are grown-ups now. But it was like, I really need more, like I want to have interesting discussions about culture, and especially art, and I want to, dress up and, drink red wine and have fun, and we are totally alone in the woods, so it was like my dream would be a salon when you like... but it never happened. But I actually, after that, I changed my life a little bit, so it became better. But this is like an image of a salon, and we painted we bought these like in thrift stores and painted them with black watery paint, so they would look like it's like a little, what do we say, like a möglig salon. Like worn out salon, and then it was these works. I don't know if you want me to talk about. It's hard to talk about every work. There are so many, but yeah. Let's just skip this. This is another sculpture that was in this show. She has a good head. And it's not like about Guantanamo, it's more like she's hiding. And this is a boy becoming a birch, or a birch becoming a boy. Later, this was before that, but later I started to work more with animal characters and mix of animals and humans, and it has a lot to do with I think that it's such a lack of respect for animals and nature at all. I mean, every species, every animal, every insect has their, and now everything is going down. It's really depressing that it's hard to even talk about why don't we respect it? Why is money more worth than everything? It's so hard to understand, I think. And it's hard to talk about because it sounds so stupid and silly, but it's so basic. And if you live in the countryside, you listen to the birds, but you also see the winters are getting very strange. Everything is changing, and it's a big sadness and fear in this. But this was before I started to work more with that. This was maybe in the beginning of that thinking. I have done very many shows. I think I did too many shows. But this is another show in New York, and it's like a sleeping person, and it's a mix of real animals and like toy animals. It's like they are kind of friendly and at the same time scary. It's like a nightmare, and at the same time they are like a shelter. And here in this exhibition, I didn't find an image of the whole like show, but I used these. Actually, we built this bed. It's custom made, but the rest of the furniture was bought in different shops in New York, which made it very like eclectic and nice together with the work. I can just describe it for you. I can't show it, I'm sorry. Then I did Bonnier's Kunsthall, and that was a big thing, 2012. This is just a sad elephant. But I did, and here again it was this, how should I present all this smaller scale work? I like smaller scale work because it's easy to handle. You can still like play with it a bit. You don't have to be so super ambitious and build something super big to, to have it in a public space or something. But you can just play around with your three-dimensional drawings. So I very much like smaller scale. But how should I present it? It's always a problem. Here we took some notes. We found someone, I think it was my brother, who is also an artist. Everyone around me are artists. Even my daughter, who is in Kunsthögskolan in Oslo now. But we took there is an Italian architect that made like drawings for that everyone could build their own furniture, like for tables and shelves and everything, and they all are constructed by very simple kind of wood. So we created the whole. This would be like a bridge. No, not a bridge. Brygga. Do you know what a brygga is? So it's a brygga because a brygga is in between everything. It's between the water, the sky, and the land. So it's in between everything, and so so it would be like everything. I would like cover everything. Was my thought, but I kind of liked this installation. It did work, and we used this ready-made things. So this is just another, and this is just. Yes.
Yeah, because it's interesting that you have the problems with not knowing how to exhibit things, but what you don't do is to put it on plinth.
Yes, I do. I did that too. But yeah. I did many plinths, but But I don't like that. I think
you put a lot of meaning into the work through the way you exhibit it.
Yeah, it's both good and bad. There are problems with it, but it's something with the white cube that I think it's so sterile, and I want the work kind of to be living, and also I want the work to be. That's something I actually was thinking even from start when I finally like. When my father said, maybe you should try to be an artist, then I kind of try to accept that. I didn't want to do art for the art, because he was obsessed by the art world. He was reading all the art magazines, and he wanted to become famous, and he was very sad his career didn't go so well as he wanted. He moved from Prague, so it was not so easy for him in Sweden. And but he did have shows and so, but he wasn't really world famous that he maybe wanted to be when he was young. And I didn't want to do that thing because it was so neurotic, kind of. I wanted to do a work that would be readable for everyone. I think that's why I chose to do it was also maybe the most natural for me to do figurative work, because I'm like a storytelling, I have a storytelling mind, but I also think I like that people can read them, even if they are not really into art. They can understand what it is. I like that. It's simple. And I want to communicate. It's something that I really want to do. Try to have a communication with other living beings. This is a sculpture actually that was made from, it was a very like sad case in Swedish tabloids about a boy. First he was disappeared and you followed his, where is he? It was every day, where is Bobby? Where is Bobby? And then finally it was, they found him drowned, rolled up in a rug, and his parents had killed him. This was like a story that you couldn't, that was like infesting you, kind of. So, then in the same show, Bonniers, because, and that was also a very like new thing for me, because I made this show in Bonniers Kunsthall, and they were inviting me, and I was like shocked because they had very like professional shows there, and they wanted to show my small ceramic artwork there, and I was like, how? Because the space is enormous, and that's why I had to build all these different kind of structures and things, because I couldn't just fill the whole space with plinths. I have to solve it in different ways. So I had the bridge, the brygga, and then I did the fish market. And this is also an attempt to do a political artwork. It's because it's like every creature, every little like animal and thing in. We want to buy everything and we want to eat everything. We're like consuming everything, and everything is also for sale. And that has to be with the commercial market that is very like hard to be in, I think. So, but every part of these, in these fish boxes, there are different kind of creatures that I tried to do in my, not maybe so delicate way, but still, like every piece is its own made, and they're loose, so it's a very unpractical artwork. You have to like pack them up and pack them down, every little like thing that's in the boxes. Yeah, but this I actually did in Moderna Museet now in Stockholm, but I think it's in their storage. Yeah, it's the like little details and things. I think it's maybe, yeah, so this should be, on the little box she's standing, she's probably like this. So it's like a very long, the boxes. Yeah. Yeah, in this show was also this group, and this I later, maybe 4 years ago, I made this as a public artwork in close to Uppsala in Sweden, in a little park, because it was they wanted to have a public artwork that would symbolize invandring. It was very unusual. Close to it was such a why or invandring. It was like, and then I thought I would take like a very personal take, as always, with this. So this is me, my mother and my father when they came to Sweden, because we were like, and their suitcase. But but this was not accepted in that competition. So I remade it like long time later in bronze outside Uppsala. because I liked it. It's like it really has the feeling of my mother and me, like naive, sitting there hoping to have fun, and then my father, who was very a closed person. Yeah. And I did another installation that in the same show, because I worked very hard to try to like expand somehow. I'm not sure I succeed in every part, but this is the only clay part in this, and she's carrying her very thin friend. I'm not going to explain this artwork, but when we did a printout of the sun, and it was very inspired by Dr. Caligari's cabinet. I don't know if you've seen that. It's a mute movie. And it has a scenario with a road and the cut-out trees. So it's very much borrowed from that one. And this was from Goya, of course. Goya is one of my favorite artists. It's when reason sleeps, but in a childish way. And this was very. Then everyone, like my galleries, were like, "Can't you make more of these assemblages?" But this was very hard to do because I had to build them separate, every piece, and they have to they were like different sizes on them, and I had like rods that I had this dry clay built on in sections, so it was very hard to have it working through the whole process. Maybe because I'm not super technical, but anyway, it was very complicated, and everything is made. One piece is they are not like built together. I didn't make very many groups like this because it was too. They fell down and broke, and it was very like messy. Yeah, this is like, and the exhibition traveled from Bonniers to Göteborg's Kunstmuseum, so it was like a little differently installed in that other museum. This is the donkey, dull and stupid, and that is one of my favorite works too, because it's an image of someone going as a very young teenager going to a discotheque, really wanting to have fun and dance, and then when you get there, it's not as fun as you expected. And that's the fish market again in the back of the room. So, how long have I spoke? It feels like a very long time. Yeah, soon it's finito, and I only showed 29 of my 46 images. So now I will. But this is a very important work too. This is the cow mother, and it's just an image of, because I had 3 children, and I felt every time you were home with your child, it was super cozy, and I really liked to be a mother, but it was also like totally emptying your head. It was so like, you felt like a cow. Everything you did was giving milk. Then I did this, and that is pretty long time because this is 2017. And wait, I have to look. This is home. This is my outside my studio. This is how I have it outside my studio in summertime, because I grow tomatoes and things, and I throw out work that I will not use of different reasons. So my gallerist visited me. I will just take this very quickly before I stop. I only have maybe 1 minute or something. My gallerist came to visit me, and he was like, "Wow, this is fantastic. You have to make a show like this in the gallery in Paris." And I was like, "Yes, that's going to be great, because then I can take some time off, and I will just use what I already have." And I do like this. I do for fun, like my hobby. I build them with my hands, and my husband too, because he's a hobby ceramicist. He makes all the plates in our home. And all the cups. I cannot do the wheel thing, but he can. And I was, yeah, what a great idea. But then, well, after these 2 years, then it was 2 years, and then the show approached, and I was like, no, it will not work, because everything I have in my garden is crap. It's things I throw out. And he was like, and it was, I was totally locked in my brain. But then he invited a Belgian florist who worked with the movie Marie Antoinette that Coppola made. He made all the flower things there. And he accidentally had bought some of my artworks. So he was very interested in doing a collaboration. And so he came to my studio, and for 3 days we didn't find any ideas, because we didn't have like a very creative communication. And then I looked at my hill behind my studio, and I placed some work there and I said, yeah, we're going to make a little hill in the gallery and not use the pots and things at all. And then we did. So me and my husband, who is also my assistant, we constructed these hills, and then the florist covered it in different kind of like trees and things, and the scent from the different orchids and things he placed here was like, it was magical because of the scent. So it was fantastic, but I mean, yeah. So I finish here. You don't have to see everything.
Thank you very much. We'll have a little break until 5 to 3 before the Q&A, so we can set up, and then everyone will come out on stage, and you'll be able to ask your questions that you've been holding on to all day. So, we'll see you back here in approximately, you can't stand there, 10 minutes.
Sånn, nå sender jeg til Jon Anders. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sender jeg til Jon Anders. Ja.
Men, hallo? Er det noe lyd her nå? Ja, jeg bare hørte. Ja. Hallo, hallo. Hallo. Oi, det var sånn ekko. Ja, tusen takk for kjempegode bidrag I dag. Thank you so much for your, all of your contributions with your talks today. I think we can all agree that it was really, really inspiring. And now we're going to have a Q&A. And so I will ask you all to just pass that microphone and talk into it, because there's also people following us online. So, and I'll walk around. So are there any questions from the audience?
Thank you everyone for a really interesting day full of talks. Yeah, I feel like I'm shouting into an ice cream cone, but yeah, I was just wondering for the artists here, now that you've gotten an inside tour of each other's artistic process, are there any of the artists here whose practice you really admire or identify with, or it seems really alien to yours, and why is that?
What a great question. Who wants to answer? Yeah. Clara, do you want to start? You'll take that.
I think when you look at the artist presentation, you are inspired by all of them. I mean, I really like to look at how other people work. You can never figure that out. Listen to their thoughts and see how they work with the material. In all of the presentations, I think I find inspiring parts. I mean, that's the natural way, I think. You wouldn't be able to work on as an artist if you wouldn't be interested in other people's work.
Well, I agree with you. It's very difficult suddenly just to explain these questions or understand. It's very interesting to see how time has changed. When I think of, this is not for us, we are quite old, no, you are young. But I'm thinking of the young students of today. I don't know the works very much, but it's very different from my time anyway, because it's very, we have the craft. Craft was in the beginning, was very important. Today, maybe it's not that important. People just start making clay if they feel for it. Mm-hmm. And then some make it good, some make it bad. But for us, my generation, it was so important with the craft. So that's changed very much. Mm-hmm.
The short story will be that I admire everyone, but I seem to lean towards Fru Krogh, because we have the same fascination of the classic pot, of colors and shape. So I think we kind of grow on the same branch, if that makes sense. But don't get me wrong, I admire everyone. And I'm not sure that I'm getting all this nature is God right now, but that's just me.
As the youngest in this group, I really got a lot of inspiration today. Somehow we all having different approaches and different strategy, using a same material in very different way, and that really gave me inspiration. And especially listening to the last presentation from Clara, for example, like my practice is really like oriented in techniques and like repeating, like practice, a lot of trains with the material practice. But then the Clara's work is more about storytelling. It's more like really a painting. It feels like I'm watching a painting. So there's a very different ways of utilizing the material, and that comes to me as oh yeah, that could be the other way I can also like dive into. But then as an artist, it's very important to just keep your focus, like your center. Like you cannot really like change your concept every second day. You just have to hang in there what you choose to do and what is most important thing to you. Then maybe after working in this way 5 years, 10 years, 30 years, I don't know, even more longer, then I believe I would be reached in certain stage, and then that would become the word that the other people also respect. I think that's how it works as an artist, working in their own world. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions?
I have a more general question in a way, because I noticed when you started with clay, Clara, there was nothing cool about clay. And then all of a sudden something has changed, and everyone wants to talk about being a material-based artist. And I was just wondering if you have any thoughts about what is a material-based artist. If I make, I'm educated as an artist, if I make like something out of a toilet paper roll and shows it in an exhibition, could you call that a material-based art? Or yeah, I'm just wondering who has the right to define what is good or bad, what is material-based, and yeah. Just maybe Bettina is one. You have the definition.
Because I'm not an artist, so I can say whatever I want. You can answer now. Yeah, you're very right that things have changed a lot. I remember one of the first time I was on an art fair with my gallery. There was a very famous Danish gallery standing in front of me, and she said, she had her back to me, and she was talking with someone else, and she said, "We have to change the way, blah, blah, blah." I would not like, I would hate to be standing, have a booth next to a gallery with ceramic. I mean, as it was like, she didn't know I was just behind her. I was the only gallery with ceramic, and it was like the worst thing that could happen to her was to be next to me, actually. And that was about 2003 or something like that. So it shows how much it changed. Now we have a new art fair for ceramic called Ceramic Brussels, which has its first show here in last January, where there was about, was it 60 galleries represented, something like that, and it was both fine art galleries and specialized galleries like mine with ceramics, so it was mixed. So things changed a lot. And a lot of fine art artists, as we used to say, they really like clay, they like fiber art. They are not so much into glass because it's too difficult for them. Yeah. So it's very often things that doesn't need really much skills. So if you say material-based artist, I mean, everything is material, so you can say a painter is a material-based artist as well. It's just a paint. So it's actually one of these words that doesn't say anything. Like you have concept art, which is also really stupid. It says conceptual craft, which is only telling that it's craft with an idea. And actually, if it's only an idea, then it can't be a craft, because a craft have to be based on a material, about doing something. So conceptual craft is really also a strange combination of words. So it's maybe a way to say, okay, I'm a craft person who think. Way great. That was what we expected. When I started this business, all the institutions changed their names. As American Craft Museum changed their names to Museum of Arts and Design, MAD, Museum of Arts and Design, yes. The Danish Kunstindustrimuseum changed its names to Design Museum Denmark. And I think they all regret it now, because now it's been a fashion to be a craft person again. And so all these names and things change all the time, but the basic thing doesn't change, I think. And the basic thing is that if what we call material-based artists is that you are, that you work from, that you are educated or practicing in controlling a certain material, which could be paper, it could also be clay or whatever, and then you're very, very skilled. So I think the most important thing is that you are skilled in what you are doing, and then from there on, you have the skills, and then you have the tradition of the material. So you are aware of, you maybe don't know the whole art history, but you are aware of the material you work in, the history of that material. So if it's clay, then you know about how porcelain is made in the factories, or how used as things for use are made. But you also know the history, you know who have been the big ones, you know the different periods, so you know the art history of clay if you are a clay person. And that is from there on you work. So therefore, I guess you don't call yourself a craft person, you call yourself an artist. And you're working in clay, which is a sort of a normal artist material. But your stories and your reference is in the art history. Was it an answer? Yeah. It was very long. Sorry.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I have two questions. You briefly, or you touched very much into it right now. So one is for all of you, and it's maybe a bit silly of a question, but what is craft to you today? Because I think at KHIO we discuss it a lot, because the name of the study is medium and material-based art, but the department is still art and craft, and those names are used very interchangeable, I think. And historically, as you say, like craft has been about the technique and tradition, and now it's something else. So I think at least in school, I think we're discussing it a lot. What is craft today, and is there really a difference between craft and conceptual art, or like what you just talked about?
It's difficult for me to answer really, but I must admit that I'm a bit shocked sometimes when I see how badly young people know the craft. And it's like sometimes I just, like a child, I just touch the clay and make some marks in the clay, and then are so enthusiastic about, because it's a new material for them or something. But I think it's important to know something about craft, to know some techniques, like throwing. You don't have to make cups or anything, but just to know it, and how to use the coils, and how to glaze, how to. I think it's important, And I think something happened when it started to be just material-based art or in the school. Because everyone can just go into the department of ceramic department and make something. And for me, sometimes I'm a bit, well, what can I say? I don't like all of it. I think something lacks. And to me, I'm proud of calling myself Kunsthåndverker. It's called in Norwegian. I think I work with my hands, and I feel, and I work like an artist as well, but I combine this. So I have never been ashamed of that, to be called Kunsthåndverker. So, well, yes.
Don't get me wrong, but every art is somehow material-based. That's one thing. And in my opinion, it's up to every generation to kind of define what is craft. I can tell you what I see craft is, but who cares? So it's up to you as a generation to define your scene, in short.
Yeah, I think it's becoming more and more open concept. I mean, we are not calling only this household items as a craft pieces anymore. I mean, it can be in the shop, but it's also in the museum. It's on the galleries, also on the internet, Instagram, everywhere. And we just call all of those works with one word, craft. So it's very mixed nowadays. And maybe we are in the time that we just have to continue until we gather more evidence to define it. Maybe we could call them in a different name someday in the future. But overall, I believe that it's some category of art or design that has extended from the really earlier time in our history. It has built up on top of the tradition, what people did decades ago. And then the people comes from like 100 years later, continue on top of it, something else. And then just like that, after generation, we've been finding a new way to define it and change the names, change the concept. So yes, I think it's located somewhere between art and design, and the most of time the artists in craft field are associated with the materials, but in their own different philosophies. So that's how I think about current craft. Yes.
Okay, I don't, because I don't see myself as a craft person because I don't have the detailed knowledge, as I said when I talked. I learned by calling the shop, so I'm definitely not a craft person. For me, craft is really, like you said, like a genuine knowledge that you have, you know about how to do things in detail. I mean, there are many different techniques, but you know how to do it. And it's not just building a sculpture with your hands like I do. It's a big difference, I think. And I don't think you have, if you don't want to, you don't have to define yourself as a craft person or an artist. You can choose yourself what you want to be. But for me, that's the definition. It's a lot of knowledge, really. And you can learn it if you want to, but also you don't have to.
I agree. No, I'll just say one thing. You say you spend a lot of time talking about it. I think you should stop doing that. I think you should start working instead of when you are working, and then you start concentrating on the work. Because, I mean, it's gone on for generations, this talk. I mean, I've been, as I said, 25 years or so, and that all the time. Oh, now we're designer, now we are artists. No, now I'm at this. And I just get to work. And then, as you said, and then you can then find yourself as you want to. I mean, yeah. That's
Thank you.
Short version.
I also have a second question for Elisabeth von Krogh, if that's all right. I was wondering if you could talk a bit more, because you, in the exhibition, you talked about illusions, and it's also your vessel, or illusion vessels, are also, I was wondering, yeah, if you could talk a bit more why you're interested in illusions, and also if, because with the big vessels we saw up here, you couldn't go into the installation, and is it important for you that the illusion is successful, or is changing the perception of how we read it? And also, when you can walk around them, and you have one side that's very wide and giving an illusion to a certain shape, and then you look at it from the more narrow angle, and it completely changes its shapes. So I was just wondering if you have any preferences on how those types of work, how you want them to be viewed, and why you're interested in the illusions.
It's utvikling på engelsk, vet du det? Development, of course. Yes. No, it all started, I think it all started with that utsmykking. Public art, the still life I have in the airport. Because still life, I wanted it to be seen from a distance, and it was higher on this level up here. And I was thinking about the cubistic painting, when you can see the sculpture vases, the vases, you can see them in different angles, you know, in the flat painting. And I think that inspired me, you know, that light that came out from the window and those still life there. I made small models in my workshop, and I saw this flatness and its 3 dimensions at the same time. And after I had made them, they were one color only. I wanted to go further, and it just came to me, you know, because I have made those very cubistic. It just came to me that I could do something more about it. And with those squares or stripes that came smaller and smaller on the sides, so it looked round and it was more flat. That fascinated me. So it just came from that airport, the first. So I never planned it, but just came, inspired by what I had made beforehand. Is that okay? Or? Yeah. It's a bit difficult in English, but yeah.
You're doing well, so don't worry. Any more questions? The floor is still open. One more here.
Maybe it's a hard question to answer. Maybe it touches on a topic we already went over, but I was wondering if you think there is something from the people that now are studying, we will enter the art world in some years, or the craft world, or how you want to call it. Are there things we maybe overlook, or like very hard things, or things we take for granted before starting, where you have sort of advice upon, or maybe you think we underestimate or could underestimate, or maybe harder? Or I don't know. Just in this realm, I want to keep it a bit open for your own interpretation.
Again, very short. Don't think that the thing that called fairness will meet you in the art world. That's the one thing. Don't ever believe that, but believe in yourself. Does it make sense?
And another thing is, don't expect that any galleries are saving you, because there's too few galleries and too many artists. But do things yourself. I think that's the best advice I can do. To make your own exhibition groups. Go and pick up some places and make your own exhibitions if it's what you want. Make whatever, but don't wait for anyone to find you or to don't. Yes, Michael said there's no fairness. There's not like, oh, you've been a very good student, so now they will all come and call you. We won't. so do it yourself. Do it yourself, and then the rest of the world, the museums and things, will come running afterwards. And that's interesting. That's definitely how it goes. But if you don't show show yourself that you can make something happen, then nobody else believes in you.
Well, yeah, he's looking for advice here, so share from your experience.
Yeah, well, I used to be a very a basic salary worker before I came to the ceramic field, and really the difficulty is that it's kind of a job. It's a job for you once you become a professional, and it's kind of a job that you never get the assignment from other people. It's work of yours and it's work of mine. So it's sort of kind of a method. It should be become a method to able to afford your life out of your work. So it's really a realistic and very sometimes harsh to keep up what you believe to do. So I think it's very important to remember in the art field. I have to take this long period of time to enjoy in my practice, and I think that really requires a strong mindset. And I'm the one who is still in that struggling life. And I really want to ask to other artists here that also, how can I survive this? Yeah, but as it was spoken, really needs to be really self-oriented and have to reach out the world and have to go out and talk to people and be able to explain what is your thinking in your work. I think that's really important. Don't be shy and just have the gut to approach. Because I'm still finding my own way, but most of the connections that I'm having at the moment with the galleries and the curators, I was always the one who approached. Send an email, I send a message and meet the people and then say like, oh, hello, my name is Jaya from South Korea. And that's everything how it starts. So I think that's one really an important attitude that I actually didn't learn from school. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to add here. Yeah.
One thing, when I was studying, I was hesitating all the time, and I still do actually. Even if I now have a lot of shows and can support myself with my work, I feel very like I don't know if it's good. I'm like hesitating all the time. So I think it's very important to build up a network of people you can talk to and discuss and do things, like do your own shows. And even if it's going to happen something fantastic and you find a good job or you get some money from somewhere, maybe a grant or something, you still need the people to discuss and have your network, because that's very important. And the second thing I was thinking of is when I was studying, I looked, there was a very successful guy in my class, and he was always, he seemed so self-assured. So when the professor came, he was like, well, look at my fantastic painting. I'm so happy about them. So he never expressed any doubt out. So, and I tried to like imitate him. So when the professors came, I was like, well, look at my fantastic paintings. Even it was like, I was so like, no, I didn't know if they were good or bad. So I think that can also be something. You can play a little theater, that you're sure of yourself, even if you're not. Just for a while at least. You can try it.
Well, that's great. Fake it till you make it, right? That's what everyone says. Yeah. All right. Well, I think, are there any more questions? You have a comment. Excellent.
Honestly, I think there are too many artists in Norway. And when you learn that 500 artists are applying for one small gallery, most of us are rejected. Only a small group will be accepted. So when you know this, for sure, you won't cry anymore. You don't even get disappointed, because there are so many artists. But for you, you should be happy you're a man. Because in our world, there are so many women. And I think in the art world in general, it's being a man, it's a very good talent.
Natural selection. Natural selection, yeah. Any more comments? Questions? If not, thank you so much. I think this has been a great end to our day here at the Ceramic Symposium. Maria, are you going to, do you want to give out some goodies to our participants? And then Ida will have the closing comments today.
I'm the one saying hello and goodbye. The program is not finished yet, because in half an hour there will be a book launch. Because of a book that we have made on Elisabeth von Krogh's fantastic work arrived some days ago from Germany, and you will be the first persons in Norway able to buy them. We have a special price for you today, if you are interested. And the book launch will happen in the cafeteria. So we also have nice prices and something to drink. So I hope you will stay and enjoy that. Elisabeth and I will have a short conversation talk about the book. But first and foremost, thank you to our participants today. It was wonderful. I really enjoyed each and every one of you speaking. And I think we all have some new thoughts about what craft can be, is not, and the discussion will continue. I'm totally sure, and we can even discuss more. So thanks all for coming, and thanks for watching online, and I hope you had a very nice day. I did, and thank you so much to you.